Section number 1 of an Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 3 of Words, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1 of Words or Language in General. 1. Man fitted to form articulate sounds. God, having designed man for a sociable creature, made him not only with an inclination and under a necessity to have fellowship with those of his own kind, but furnished him also with language, which was to be the great instrument and common tie of society. Man therefore had by nature his organs so fashioned as to be fit to frame articulate sounds, which we call words. But this was not enough to produce language, for parrots and several other birds will be taught to make articulate sounds distinct enough, which yet by no means are capable of language. 2. To use these sounds as signs of ideas. Besides articulate sounds, therefore, it was further necessary that he should be able to use these sounds as signs of internal conceptions, and to make them stand as marks for the ideas within his own mind, whereas they might be made known to others, and the thoughts of men's minds be conveyed from one to another. 3. To make them general signs. But neither was this sufficient to make words so useful as they ought to be. It is not enough for the perfection of language that sounds can be made signs of ideas, unless those signs can be so made use of as to comprehend several particular things. For the multiplication of words would have perplexed their use, had every particular thing need of a distinct name to be signified by. To remedy this inconvenience, language had yet a further improvement in the use of general terms, whereby one word was made to mark a multitude of particular existences, which advantageous use of sounds was obtained only by the difference of the ideas they were made signs of, those names becoming general, which are made to stand for general ideas, and those remaining particular, where the ideas they are used for are particular. 4. To make them signify the absence of positive ideas. Besides these names which stand for ideas, there be other words which men make use of, not to signify any idea, but the want or absence of some ideas, simple or complex, or all ideas together, such as are nihil in Latin, and in English ignorance and barrenness. All which negative or private words cannot be said properly to belong to or signify no ideas, for then they would be perfectly insignificant sounds, but they relate to positive ideas and signify their absence. 5. Words ultimately derived from such as signify sensible ideas. It may also lead us a little towards the original of all our notions and knowledge, if we remark how great a dependence our words have on common sensible ideas, and how those which are made use of to stand for actions and notions quite removed from sense, have their rise from thence, and from obvious sensible ideas are transferred to more abstruse significations, and made to stand for ideas that come not under the cognizance of our senses. For example, to image, apprehend, comprehend, adhere, conceive, instill, disgust, disturbance, tranquillity, etc., are all words taken from the operations of sensible things and applied to certain modes of thinking. Spirit, in its primary signification, is breath; angel, a messenger. I doubt not, but, if we could trace them to their sources, we should find in all languages the names which stand for things that fall not under our senses to have had their first rise from sensible ideas, by which we may give some kind of guess what kind of notions they were, and whence derived, which filled their minds who were the first beginners of languages. And how nature, even in the naming of things, unawares suggested to men the originals and principles of all their knowledge; whilst to give names that might make known to others any operation they felt in themselves, or any other ideas that came not under their senses, they were fain to borrow words from ordinary known ideas of sensation, by that means to make others the more easily to conceive those operations they experimented in themselves, which made no outward sensible appearances. And then, when they had got known and agreed names to signify those internal operations of their own minds, they were sufficiently furnished to make known by words all other ideas, since they could consist of nothing but either of outward sensible perceptions or of the inward operations of their minds about them; we having, as has been proved, no ideas at all but what originally come either from sensible objects without, or what we feel within ourselves from the inward workings of our own spirits, of which we are conscious of ourselves within. 6. Distribution of subjects to be treated of. But to understand better the use and force of language as subservient to instruction and knowledge, it will be convenient to consider, first, to what it is that names in the use of language are immediately applied; secondly, since all, except proper names, are general, and so stand not particularly for this or that single thing, but for sorts and ranks of things, it will be necessary to consider in the next place what the sorts and kinds, or, if you rather like the Latin names, what the species and genera of things are, wherein they consist, and how they come to be made. These being, as they ought, well looked into, we shall the better come to find the right use of words, the natural advantages and defects of language, and the remedies that ought to be used to avoid the inconveniences of obscurity or uncertainty in the signification of words, without which it is impossible to discourse with any clearness or order concerning knowledge; which, being conversant about propositions, and the most commonly universal ones, has greater connection with words than perhaps is suspected. These considerations, therefore, shall be the matter of the following chapters. End of section 1. Section number 2 of an essay concerning human understanding, Book 3, of Words, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 2 of the Signification of Words. 1. Words are sensible signs necessary for communication of ideas. Man, though he have great variety of thoughts, and such from which others as well as himself might receive profit and delight, yet they are all within his own breast, invisible and hidden from others, nor can of themselves be made to appear. The comfort and advantage of society not being to be had without communication of thoughts, it was necessary that man should find out some external sensible signs whereof those invisible ideas which his thoughts are made up of might be known to others. For this purpose nothing was so fit either for plenty or quickness, as those articulate sounds, which with so much ease and variety he found himself able to make. Thus we may conceive how words, which were by nature so well adapted to that purpose, came to be made use of by men as the signs of their ideas, not by any natural connection that there is between particular articulate sounds and certain ideas, for then there would be but one language amongst all men, but by a voluntary imposition, whereby such a word is made arbitrarily the mark of such an idea. The use, then, of words is to be sensible marks of ideas, and the ideas they stand for are their proper and immediate signification. 2. Words in their immediate signification are the sensible signs of his ideas who uses them. The use men have of these marks being either to record their own thoughts for the assistance of their own memory, or as it were to bring out their ideas and lay them before the view of others, words in their primary or immediate signification stand for nothing but the ideas in the mind of him that uses them. How imperfectly soever or carelessly those ideas are collected from the things which they are supposed to represent. When a man speaks to another, it is that he may be understood, and the end of speech is, that those sounds as marks may make known his ideas to the hearer. That then which words are the marks of are the ideas of the speaker, nor can any one apply them as marks immediately to anything else but the ideas that he himself hath, for this would be to make them signs of his own conceptions, and yet apply them to other ideas, which would be to make them signs and not signs of his ideas at the same time, and so in effect to have no signification at all. Words being voluntary signs, they cannot be voluntary signs imposed by him on things he knows not. That would be to make them signs of nothing, sounds without signification. A man may make his words the signs either of qualities in things, or of conceptions in the mind of another, whereof he has none in his own. Till he has some ideas of his own, he cannot suppose them to correspond with the conceptions of another man, nor can he use any signs for them, for thus they would be the signs of he knows not what, which is, in truth, to be the signs of nothing. But when he represents to himself other men's ideas by some of his own, if he consents to give them the same names that other men do, it is still to his own ideas, to ideas that he has, and not to ideas that he has not. 3. Examples of this. This is so necessary in the use of language, that in this respect the knowing and the ignorant, the learned and the unlearned, use the words they speak with any meaning all alike. They in every man's mouth stand for the ideas he has, and which he would express by them. A child having taken notice of nothing in the metal he hears called gold, but the bright shining yellow color, he applies the word gold only to his own idea of that color, and nothing else, and therefore calls the same color in a peacock's tail gold. Another that hath better observed adds to shining yellow great weight, and then the sound gold, when he uses it, stands for a complex idea of a shining yellow and a very weighty substance. Another adds to those qualities fusibility, and then the word gold signifies to him a body bright yellow, fusible, and very heavy. Another adds malleability. Each of these uses equally the word gold when they have occasion to express the idea which they have applied it to. But it is evident that each can apply it only to his own idea, nor can he make it stand as a sign of such a complex idea he has not. 4. Words are often secretly referred first to the idea supposed to be in other men's minds. But though words, as they are used by men, can properly and immediately signify nothing but the ideas that are in the mind of the speaker, yet they in their thoughts give them a secret reference to two other things. First, they suppose their words to be marks of the ideas in the minds also of other men, with whom they communicate, for else they should talk in vain, and could not be understood, if the sounds they applied to one idea were such as by the hearer were applied to another, which is to speak two languages. But in this men stand not usually to examine whether the idea they and those they discourse with have in their minds be the same, but think it enough that they use the word, as they imagine, in the common acceptation of that language, in which they suppose that the idea they make it a sign of is precisely the same to which the understanding men of that country apply that name. 5. Secondly, to the reality of things. Secondly, because men would not be thought to talk barely of their own imagination, but of things as really they are, therefore they often suppose the words to stand also for the reality of things. But this relating more particularly to substances and their names, as perhaps the former does to simple ideas and modes, we shall speak of these two different ways of applying words more at large when we come to treat of the names of mixed modes and substances in particular. Though give me leave here to say, that it is a perverting the use of words, and brings unavoidable obscurity and confusion into their signification, whenever we make them stand for anything but those ideas we have in our own minds. 6. Words by use readily excite ideas of their objects. Concerning words also, it is further to be considered, first, that they being immediately the sign of men's ideas, and by that means the instruments whereby men communicate their conceptions, and express to one another those thoughts and imaginations they have within their own breasts, there comes, by constant use, to be such a connection between certain sounds and the ideas they stand for, that the names heard almost as readily excite certain ideas as if the objects themselves, which are apt to produce them, did actually affect the senses, which is manifestly so in all obvious sensible qualities and in all substances that frequently and familiarly occur to us. 7. Words are often used without signification, and why? Secondly, that though the proper and immediate signification of words are ideas in the mind of the speaker, yet, because by familiar use from our cradles we come to learn certain articulate sounds very perfectly, and have them readily on our tongues, and always at hand in our memories, but yet are not always careful to examine or settle their significations perfectly. It often happens that men, even when they would apply themselves to an attentive consideration, do set their thoughts more on words than things. Nay, because words are many of them learned before the ideas are known for which they stand, therefore some, not only children but men, speak several words no otherwise than parrots do, only because they have learned them, and have been accustomed to those sounds. But so far as words are of use and signification, so far is there a constant connection between the sound and the idea, and a designation that the one stands for the other, without which application of them they are nothing but so much insignificant noise. 8. Their signification perfectly arbitrary, not the consequence of a natural connection. Words, by long and familiar use, as have been said, come to excite in men certain ideas so constantly and readily that they are apt to suppose a natural connection between them, but that they signify only men's peculiar ideas, and that by a perfect arbitrary imposition, is evident, in that they often fail to excite in others, even that use the same language, the same ideas we take them to be signs of. And every man has so inviolable a liberty to make words stand for what ideas he pleases, that no one hath the power to make others have the same ideas in their minds that he has, when they use the same words that he does. And therefore the great Augustus himself, in the possession of that power which ruled the world, acknowledged he could not make a new Latin word, which was as much as to say that he could not arbitrarily appoint what idea any sound should be a sign of in the mouths and common language of his subjects. It is true, common use, by a tacit consent, appropriates certain sounds to certain ideas in all languages, which so far limits the signification of that sound, that unless a man applies it to the same idea, he does not speak properly. And let me add, that unless a man's words excite the same ideas in the hearer which he makes them stand for in speaking, he does not speak intelligibly. But whatever be the consequences of any man's using the words differently, either from their general meaning, or the particular sense of the person to whom he addresses them, this is certain: their signification, in his use of them, is limited to his ideas, and they can be signs of nothing else. End of section 2.
Section 3 of an essay concerning human understanding, Book 3 of Words, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad. Chapter 3 of General Terms. 1. The greatest part of words are general terms. All things that exist being particulars, it may perhaps be thought reasonable that words, which ought to be conformed to things, should be so too, I mean in their signification. But yet we find quite the contrary. The far greatest part of words that make all languages are general terms, which has not been the effect of neglect or chance, but of reason and necessity. 2. That every particular thing should have a name for itself is impossible. First, it is impossible that every particular thing should have a distinct, peculiar name, for the signification and use of words, depending on that connection which the mind makes between its ideas and the sounds it uses as signs of them, it is necessary, in the application of names to things, that the mind should have distinct ideas of the things, and retain also the particular name that belongs to every one, with its peculiar appropriation to that idea. But it is beyond the power of human capacity to frame and retain distinct ideas of all the particular things we meet with. Every bird and beast men saw, every tree and plant that affected the senses, could not find a place in the most capacious understanding. If it be looked on as an instance of a prodigious memory, that some generals have been able to call every soldier in their army by his proper name, we may easily find a reason why men have never attempted to give names to each sheep in their flock, or crow that flies over their heads, much less to call every leaf of plants or grain of sand that came in their way by a peculiar name. 3. And would be useless if it were possible. Secondly, if it were possible, it would yet be useless, because it would not serve to the chief end of language. Men would in vain heap up names of particular things that would not serve them to communicate their thoughts. Men learn names and use them in talk with others only that they may be understood, which is then only done when, by use or consent, the sound I make by the organs of speech excites in another man's mind who hears it the idea I apply it to in mine when I speak it. This cannot be done by names applied to particular things, whereof I alone, having the ideas in my mind, the names of them could not be significant or intelligible to another who was not acquainted with all those very particular things which had fallen under my notice. 4. A distinct name for every particular thing not fitted for enlargement of knowledge. Thirdly, but yet, granting this also feasible, which I think is not, yet a distinct name for every particular thing would not be of any great use for the improvement of knowledge, which, though founded in particular things, enlarges itself by general views, to which things reduced into sorts under general names are properly subservient. These, with the names belonging to them, come within some compass, and do not multiply every moment beyond what either the mind can contain or use requires, and therefore in these men have for the most part stopped, but yet not so as to hinder themselves from distinguishing particular things by appropriated names where convenience demands it, and therefore in their own species, which they have most to do with, and wherein they have often occasion to mention particular persons, they make use of proper names, and their distinct individuals have distinct denominations. 5. What things have proper names, and why? Besides persons, countries also, cities, rivers, mountains, and other the like distinctions of place have usually found peculiar names, and that for the same reason, they being such as men have often as occasion to mark particularly, and, as it were, set before others in their discourses with them. And I doubt not but, if we had reason to mention particular horses, as have reason to mention particular men, we should have proper names for the one as familiar as for the other, and Bucephalus would be a word as much in use as Alexander, and therefore we see that amongst jockeys horses have their proper names to be known and distinguished by, as commonly as their servants, because amongst them there is often occasion to mention this or that particular horse when he is out of sight. 6. How general words are made. The next thing to be considered is, how general words come to be made. For, since all things that exist are only particulars, how come we by general terms, or where find we those general natures they are supposed to stand for? Words become general by being made the signs of general ideas, and ideas become general by separating from them the circumstances of time and place, and any other ideas that may determine them to this or that particular existence. By this way of abstraction they are made capable of representing more individuals than one, each of which having in it a conformity to that abstract idea is, as we call it, of that sort. 7. Shown by the way we enlarge our complex ideas from infancy. But to deduce this a little more distinctly, it will not perhaps be amiss to trace our notions and names from their beginning, and observe by what degrees we proceed, and by what steps we enlarge our ideas from our first infancy. There is nothing more evident than that the ideas of the persons children converse with, to instance, in them alone, are, like the persons themselves, only particular. The ideas of the nurse and the mother are well framed in their minds, and, like pictures of them there, represent only those individuals. The names they first gave to them are confined to these individuals, and the names of nurse and mamma the child uses determine themselves to those persons. Afterwards, when time and a larger acquaintance have made them observe that there are a great many other things in the world that, in some common agreements of shape and several other qualities, resemble their father and mother, and those persons they have been used to, they frame an idea which they find those many particulars do partake in, and to that they give, with others, the name man, for example, and thus they come to have a general name and a general idea, wherein they make nothing new, but only leave out of the complex idea they had of Peter and James, Mary and Jane, that which is peculiar to each, and retain only what is common to them all. 8. And further enlarge our complex ideas by still leaving out properties contained in them. By the same way that they come by the general name and idea of man, they easily advance to more general names and notions. For, observing that several things that differ from their idea of man, and cannot therefore be comprehended out under that name, have yet certain qualities wherein they agree with man, by retaining only those qualities and uniting them into one idea, they have again another and more general idea, to which, having given a name, they make a term of a more comprehensive extension, which new idea is made, not by any new addition, but only as before by leaving out the shape and some other properties signified by the name man, and retaining only a body, with life, sense, and spontaneous motion, comprehended under the name animal. 9. General natures are nothing but abstract and partial ideas of more complex ones. That this is the way whereby men first formed general ideas and general names to them, I think is so evident that there needs no other proof of it but the considering of a man's self or others, and the ordinary proceedings of their minds in knowledge. And he that thinks general natures or notions or anything else but such abstract and partial ideas of more complex ones, taken at first from particular existences, will, I fear, be at a loss where to find them. For let any one affect, and then tell me, wherein does his idea of man differ from that of Peter and Paul, or his idea of horse from that of Bucephalus, but in the leaving out something that is peculiar to each individual, and retaining so much of those particular complex ideas of several particular existences as they are found to agree in. Of the complex ideas signified by the names man and horse, leaving out but those particulars wherein they differ, and retaining only those wherein they agree, and of those making a new distinct complex idea and giving the name animal to it, one has a more general term that comprehends with man several other creatures, leaving out of the idea of animal, sense and spontaneous motion, and the remaining complex idea, made up of the remaining simple ones of body, life and nourishment, becomes a more general one under the more comprehensive term vivens. And, not to dwell longer upon this particular, so evident in itself, by the same way the mind proceeds to body, substance, and at last to being, thing, and such universal terms, which stand for any of our ideas whatsoever. To conclude, this whole mystery of genera and species, which make such a noise in the schools, and are with justice so little regarded out of them, is nothing else but abstract ideas, more or less comprehensive, with names annexed to them, in all which this is constant and invariable, that every more general term stands for such an idea, and is but a part of any of those contained under it. 10. Why the genus is ordinarily made use of in definitions. This may show us the reason why, in the defining of words, which is nothing but declaring their signification, we make use of the genus, or next general word that comprehends it, which is not out of necessity, but only to save the labour of enumerating the several simple ideas which the general word or genus stands for, or, perhaps, sometimes the shame of not being able to do it. But though defining by genus and differentia, I crave leave to use these terms of art, though originally Latin, since they most properly suit those notions they are applied to. I say, though defining by the genus be the shortest way, yet I think it may be doubted whether it be the best. This I am sure it is not the only, and so not absolutely necessary. For definition being nothing but making another understand by words what idea the term defined stands for, a definition is best made by enumerating those simple ideas that are combined in the signification of the term defined. And if, instead of such an enumeration, men have accustomed themselves to use the general term, it has not been out of necessity, or for greater clearness, but for quickness and dispatch's sake. For I think that, to one who desired to know what idea the word man stood for, if it should be said that man was a solid extended substance, having life, sense, spontaneous motion, and the faculty of reasoning, I doubt not but the meaning of the term man would be as well understood, and the idea it stands for be at least as clearly made known, as when it is defined to be a rational animal, which by the several definitions of animal, vivens, and corpus, resolves itself into those enumerated ideas. I have, in explaining the term man, followed here the ordinary definition of the schools, which, though perhaps not the most exact, yet serves well enough to my present purpose, and one may in this instance see what gave occasion to the rule that a definition must consist of genus and differentia, and it suffices to show us the little necessity there is of such a rule or advantage in the strict observing of it. For definitions, as has been said, being only the explaining of one word by several others, so that the meaning or idea it stands for may be certainly known, languages are not always so made according to the rules of logic that every term can have its signification exactly and clearly expressed by two others. Experience sufficiently satisfies us to the contrary, or else those who have made this rule have done ill, that they have given us so few definitions conformable to it. But of definitions more in the next chapter. 11. General and universal are creatures of the understanding, and belong not to the real existence of things. To return to general words, it is plain, by what has been said, that general and universal belong not to the real existence of things, but are the inventions and creatures of the understanding, made by it for its own use, and concern only signs whether words or ideas. Words are general, as has been said, when used for signs of general ideas, and so are applicable indifferently to many particular things. And ideas are general when they are set up as the representatives of many particular things. But universality belongs not to things themselves, which are all of them particular in their existence, even those words and ideas which in their signification are general. When therefore we quit particulars, the generals that rest are only creatures of our own making, their general nature being nothing but the capacity they are put into by the understanding of signifying or representing many particulars. For the signification they have is nothing but a relation that, by the mind of man, is added to them. 12. Abstract ideas are the essences of genera and species. The next thing, therefore, to be considered is, what kind of signification it is that general words have. For, as it is evident that they do not signify barely one particular thing, for then they would not be general terms, but proper names, so, on the other side, it is as evident they do not signify a plurality, for man and men would then signify the same, and the distinction of numbers, as the grammarians call them, would be superfluous and useless. That, then, which general words signify is a sort of things, and each of them does that by being a sign of an abstract idea in the mind, to which idea, as things existing are found to agree, so they come to be ranked under that name, or, which is all one, be of that sort, whereby it is evident that the essences of the sorts, or, if the Latin word pleases better, species of things, are nothing else but these abstract ideas. For the having the essence of any species, being that which makes anything to be of that species, and the conformity to the idea to which the name is annexed being that which gives a right to that name, the having the essence and the having that conformity must needs be the same thing, since to be of any species and to have a right to the name of that species is all one, as, for example, to be a man, or of the species man, and to have right to the name man is the same thing. Again, to be a man, or of the species man, and have the essence of a man is the same thing. Now, since nothing can be a man or have a right to the name man but what has a conformity to the abstract idea the name man stands for, nor anything be a man or have a right to the species man but what has the essence of that species, it follows that the abstract idea for which the name stands and the essence of the species is one and the same. From whence it is easy to observe that the essences of the sorts of things, and consequently the sorting of things, is the workmanship of the understanding that abstracts and makes those general ideas. 13. They are the workmanship of the understanding, but have their foundation in the similitude of things. I would not here be thought to forget, much less to deny, that nature, in the production of things, makes several of them alike. There is nothing more obvious, especially in the races of animals, and all things propagated by seed. But yet I think we may say the sorting of them under names is the workmanship of the understanding, taking occasion from the similitude it observes amongst them to make abstract general ideas, and set them up in the mind with names annexed to them as patterns or forms, for in that sense the word form has a very proper signification, to which, as particular things existing are found to agree, so they come to be of that species, have that denomination, or are put into that classis. For when we say this is a man, that a horse, this justice, that cruelty, this a watch, that a jack. What do we else but rank things under different specific names, as agreeing to those abstract ideas of which we have made those names the signs? And what are the essences of those species set out and marked by names but those abstract ideas in the mind, which are, as it were, the bonds between particular things that exist and the names they are to be ranked under? And when general names have any connection with particular beings, these abstract ideas are the medium that unites them, so that the essences of species, as distinguished and denominated by us, neither are nor can be anything but those precise abstract ideas we have in our minds. And therefore the supposed real essences of substances, if different from our abstract ideas, cannot be the essences of the species we rank things into. For two species may be one as rationally as two different essences may be the essence of one species. And I demand, what are the alterations which may or may not be made in a horse or lead without making either of them to be of another species? In determining the species of things by our abstract ideas, this is easy to resolve. But if any one will regulate himself herein by supposed real essences, he will, I suppose, be at a loss, and he will never be able to know when anything precisely ceases to be of the species of a horse or lead. 14. Each distinct abstract idea is a distinct essence. Nor will any one wonder that I say these essences or abstract ideas, which are the measures of name and the boundaries of species, are the workmanship of the understanding, who considers that at least the complex ones are often, in several men, different collections of simple ideas, and therefore that is covetousness to one man which is not so to another. Nay, even in substances where their abstract ideas seem to be taken from the things themselves, they are not constantly the same. No, not in that species which is most familiar to us, and with which we have the most intimate acquaintance, it having been more than once doubted whether the fetus born of a woman were a man, even so far as that it hath been debated whether it were or were not to be nourished and baptized, which could not be, if the abstract idea or essence to which the name man belonged were of nature's making, and were not the uncertain and various collection of simple ideas which the understanding put together, and then abstracting it, affixed a name to it. So that, in truth, every distinct abstract idea is a distinct essence, and the names stand for such distinct ideas are the names of things essentially different. Thus a circle is as essentially different from an oval as a sheep from a goat, and the rain is as essentially different from snow as water from earth. That abstract idea which is the essence of one being impossible to be communicated to the other, and thus any two abstract ideas that in any part vary one from another with two distinct names annexed to them, constitute two distinct sorts, or, if you please, species, as essentially different as any two of the most remote or opposite in the world. 15. Several significations of the word essence. But since the essences of things are thought by some, and not without reason, to be wholly unknown, it may not be amiss to consider the several significations of the word essence. Real essences. First, essence may be taken for the very being of anything, whereby it is what it is, and thus the real, internal, but generally in substances unknown constitution of things, whereon their discoverable qualities depend, may be called their essence. This is the proper original signification of the word, as is evident from the formation of it, essential in its primary notation, signifying properly being. and in this sense it is still used when we speak of the essence of particular things without giving them any name. Nominal essences. Secondly, the learning and disputes of the schools having been much busied about genus and species, the word essence has almost lost its primary signification, and instead of the real constitution of things has been almost wholly applied to the artificial constitution of genus and species. It is true there is ordinarily supposed a real constitution of sorts of things, and it is past doubt there must be some real constitution on which any collection of simple ideas coexisting must depend. But it being evident that things are ranked under names into sorts or species only as they agree to certain abstract ideas, to which we have annexed those names, the essence of each genus or sort comes to be nothing but that abstract idea which the general or sortal, if I may have leave so to call it from sort, as I do general from genus, name stands for. And this we shall find to be that which the word essence imports in its most familiar use. These two sorts of essences, I suppose, may not unfitly be termed, the one the real, the other nominal essence. 16. Constant connection between the name and nominal essence. Between the nominal essence and the name there is so near a connection that the name of any sort of things cannot be attributed to any particular being but what has its essence, whereby it answers that abstract idea whereof that name is the sign. 17. Supposition that species are distinguished by their real essences useless. Concerning the real essences of corporeal substances, to mention these only, there are, if I mistake not, two opinions. The one is of those who, using the word essence for they know not what, suppose a certain number of those essences, according to which all natural things are made, and wherein they do exactly every one of them partake, and so become of this or that species. The other and more rational opinion is of those who look on all natural things to have a real but unknown constitution of their insensible parts, from which flow those sensible qualities which serve us to distinguish them one from another, according as we have occasion to rank them into sorts under common denominations. The former of these opinions, which supposes each essence as a certain number of forms or moulds wherein all natural things that exist are cast and do equally partake, has, I imagine, very much perplexed the knowledge of natural things. The frequent production of monsters in all the species of animals, and of changelings and other strange issues of human birth, carry with them difficulties not possible to consist with this hypothesis, since it is as impossible that two things partaking exactly of the same real essence should have different properties as that two figures partaking of the same real essence of a circle should have different properties. But were there no other reason against it, yet the supposition of essences that cannot be known, and the making of them nevertheless to be that which distinguishes the species of things, is so wholly useless and unserviceable to any part of our knowledge, that that alone were sufficient to make us lay it by and content ourselves with such essences of the sorts or species of things as come within the reach of our knowledge, which, when seriously considered, will be found, as I have said, to be nothing else but those abstract complex ideas to which we have annexed distinct general names. 18. Real and nominal essence. Essences being thus distinguished into nominal and real, we may further observe that In the species of simple ideas and modes, they are always the same, but in substances always quite different. Thus a figure including a space between three lines is the real as well as nominal essence of a triangle, it being not only the abstract idea to which the general name is annexed, but the very essentia or being of the thing itself, that foundation from which all its properties flow, and to which they are all inseparably annexed. But it is far otherwise concerning that parcel of matter which makes the ring on my finger, wherein these two essences are apparently different, for it is the real constitution of its insensible parts, on which depend all those properties of colour, weight, fusibility, fixedness, etc., which are to be found in it, which constitution we know not, and so, having no particular idea of, having no name that is the sign of it, but yet it is its colour, weight, fusibility, fixedness, etc., which makes it to be gold, or gives it a right to that name, which is therefore its nominal essence. Since nothing can be called gold but what has a conformity of qualities to that abstract complex idea to which that name is annexed, but this distinction of essences belonging particularly to substances we shall, when we come to consider their names, have an occasion to treat of more fully. 19. Essences ingenerable and incorruptible. That such abstract ideas, with names to them, as we have been speaking of, are essences, may further appear by what we are told concerning essences, namely, that they are all ingenerable and incorruptible, which cannot be true of the real constitutions of things, which begin and perish with them. All things that exist, besides their author, are all liable to change, especially those things we are acquainted with, and have ranked into bands under distinct names or ensigns. Thus, that which was grass today is tomorrow the flesh of a sheep, and within a few days after becomes part of a man. In all which and the like changes it is evident their real essence, i.e. that constitution whereon the properties of these several things depended, is destroyed and perishes with them. But essences being taken for ideas established in the mind, with names annexed to them, they are supposed to remain steadily the same, whatever mutations the particular substances are liable to. For whatever becomes of Alexander and Bucephalus, the ideas to which man and horse are annexed, are supposed nevertheless to remain the same, and so the essences of those species are preserved whole and undestroyed, whatever changes happen to any or all of the individuals of those species. By this means the essence of a species rests safe and entire without the existence of so much as one individual of that kind. For were there now no circle existing anywhere in the world, as perhaps that figure exists not anywhere exactly marked out, yet the idea annexed to that name would not cease to be what it is, nor cease to be as a pattern to determine which of the particular figures we meet with have or have not a right to the name circle, and so to show which of them, by having that essence, was of that species. And though there neither were nor had been in nature such a beast as an unicorn, or such a fish as a mermaid. Yet supposing those names to stand for complex abstract ideas that contained no inconsistency in them, the essence of a mermaid is as intelligible as that of a man, and the idea of an unicorn as certain, steady, and permanent as that of a horse. From what has been said it is evident that the doctrine of the immutability of essences proves them to be only abstract ideas, and is founded on the relation established between them and certain sounds as signs of them, and will always be true as long as the same name can have the same signification. 20. Recapitulation. To conclude, this is that which in short I would say, namely, that all the great business of genera and species and their essences amounts to no more but this, that men making abstract ideas and settling them in their minds with names annexed to them, do thereby enable themselves to consider things and discourse of them as it were in bundles, for the easier and readier improvement and communication of their knowledge, which would advance but slowly were their words and thoughts confined only to particulars. End of section 3. Recording by Chad.
Section 4 of an Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 3 of Words by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Lorenowich. Chapter 4 of the Names of Simple Ideas. 1. Names of simple ideas, modes, and substances have each something peculiar. Though all words, as I have shown, signify nothing immediately but the ideas in the mind of the speaker, yet, upon a nearer survey, we shall find the names of simple ideas, mixed modes, under which I comprise relations to, and natural substances, have each of them something peculiar and different from the other. For example, 2. First, names of simple ideas and of substances intimate real existence. First, the names of simple ideas and substances, with the abstract ideas in the mind which they immediately signify, intimate also some real existence, from which was derived their original pattern. But the names of mixed modes terminate in the idea that is in the mind, and lead not the thoughts any further, as we shall see more at large in the following chapter. 3. Secondly, names of simple ideas and modes signify always both real and nominal essences. Secondly, the names of simple ideas and modes signify always the real as well as nominal essence of their species. But the names of natural substances signify rarely, if ever, anything but barely the nominal essences of those species, as we shall show in the chapter that treats of the names of substances in particular. 4. Thirdly, names of simple ideas are undefinable. Thirdly, the names of simple ideas are not capable of any definition. The names of all complex ideas are. It has not, that I know, been yet observed by anybody what words are, and what are not, capable of being defined, the want whereof is, as I am apt to think, not seldom the occasion of great wrangling and obscurity in men's discourses, while some demand definitions of terms that cannot be defined, and others think they ought not to rest satisfied in an explication made by a more general word and its restriction, or to speak in terms of art by a genus and difference, when, even after such definition made according to rule, those who hear it have often no more a clear conception of the meaning of the word than they had before. This, at least, I think, that the showing what words are, and what are not, capable of definitions, and wherein consists a good definition, is not wholly besides our present purpose, and perhaps will afford so much light to the nature of these signs and our ideas, as to deserve a more particular consideration. 5. If all names were definable, it would be a process in infinitum. I will not here trouble myself to prove that all terms are not definable, from that progress in infinitum, which it will visibly lead us into, if we should allow that all names could be defined. For, if the terms of one definition were still to be defined by another, where at last should we stop? But I shall, from the nature of our ideas and the signification of our words, show why some names can and others cannot be defined, and which they are. 6. What a definition is. I think it is agreed that a definition is nothing else but the showing the meaning of one word by several other, not synonymous terms, the meaning of words being only the ideas they are made to stand for by him that uses them. The meaning of any term is then showed, or the word is defined, when, by other words, the idea it is made the sign of and annexed to in the mind of the speaker is as it were represented or set before the viewer of another, and thus its signification ascertained. This is the only use and end of definitions, and therefore the only measure of what is or is not a good definition. 7. Simple ideas, why undefinable? This being premised, I say that the names of simple ideas, and those only, are incapable of being defined. The reason whereof is this, that several terms of a definition, signifying several ideas, they can altogether by no means represent an idea which has no composition at all, and therefore a definition, which is properly nothing but the showing of meaning of one word by several others not signifying each the same thing, can in the names of simple ideas have no place. 8. Instances, scholastic definitions of motion. The not observing this difference in our ideas and their names has produced that eminent trifling in the schools which is so easy to be observed in the definitions they give us of some few of these simple ideas. For, as to the greatest part of them, even those masters of definitions were fain to leave them untouched, merely by the impossibility they found it in. What more exquisite jargon could the wit of men invent than this definition? The act of a being in power as far forth as in power, which would puzzle any rational man, to whom it was not already known by its famous absurdity, to guess what word it could ever be supposed to be the explication of. If Tully, asking a Dutchman what beweging was, should have received this explication in his own language, that it was actus entus in potentia, quatenus in potentia, I ask whether any one can imagine he could thereby have understood what the word beweging signified, or have guessed what idea a Dutchman ordinarily had in his mind, and would signify to another, when he used that sound. 9. Modern definition of motion. Nor have the modern philosophers, who have endeavored to throw off the jargon of the schools, and speak intelligibly, much better succeeded in defining simple ideas, whether by explaining their causes or any otherwise. The atomists, who define motion to be a passage from one place to another, what do they more than put one synonymous word for another? For what is passage other than motion? And if they were asked what passage was, how would they better define it than by motion? For is it not at least as proper and significant to say, passage is a motion from one place to another, as to say, motion is a passage, etc.? This is to translate, and not to define, when we change two words of the same signification one for another, which, when one is better understood than the other, may serve to discover what idea the unknown stands for, but is very far from a definition, unless we will say every English word in the dictionary is the definition of the Latin word it answers, and that motion is a definition of motus, nor will the successive application of the parts of the superficies of one body to those of another, which the Cartesians give us, prove a much better definition of motion when well examined. 10. Definitions of light. The act of perspicuous, as far forth as perspicuous, is another peripatetic definition of a simple idea, which, though not more absurd than the former of motion, yet betrays its uselessness and insignificancy more plainly, because experience will easily convince any one that it cannot make the meaning of the word light, which it pretends to define, at all understood by a blind man. But the definition of motion appears not at first sight so useless, because it escapes this way of trial. For this simple idea, entering by the touch as well as sight, it is impossible to show an example of any one who has no other way to get the idea of motion, but barely by the definition of that name. Those who tell us that light is a great number of little globules striking briskly on the bottom of the eye speak more intelligibly than the schools. But yet these words, never so well understood, would make the idea the word light stands for no more known to a man that understands it not before, than if one should tell him that light was nothing but a company of little tennis balls, which fairies all day long struck with rackets against some men's foreheads, whilst they pass by others. For granting this explication of the thing to be true, yet the idea of the cause of light, if we had it never so exact, would no more give us the idea of light itself, as it is such a particular perception in us, than the idea of the figure and motion of a sharp piece of steel would give us the idea of that pain which it is able to cause in us. For the cause of any sensation and the sensation itself, in all the simple ideas of one sense, are two ideas, and two ideas so different and distant one from another that no two can be more so. And therefore, should Descartes' globules strike never so long on the retina of a man who was blind by a gutta serena, he would thereby never have any idea of light, or anything approaching it, though he understood never so well what little globules were, and what striking on another body was. And therefore the Cartesians very well distinguish between that light which is the cause of that sensation in us, and the idea which is produced in us by it, and is that which is properly light. 11. Simple ideas, why undefinable, further explained. Simple ideas, as has been shown, are only to be got by those impressions objects themselves make on our minds, by the proper inlets appointed to each sort. If they are not received this way, all the words in the world, made use of to explain or define any of their names, will never be able to produce in us the idea it stands for. For, words being sounds, can produce in us no other simple idea than of those very sounds, nor excite any in us, but by that voluntary connection which is known to be between them in those simple ideas which common use has made them the signs of. He that thinks otherwise, let him try if any words can give him the taste of a pineapple, and make him have the true idea of the relish of that celebrated delicious fruit. So far as he is told it has a resemblance with any tastes whereof he has the ideas already in his memory, imprinted there by sensible objects, not strangers to his palate, so far may he approach that resemblance in his mind. But this is not giving us that idea by a definition, but exciting in us other simple ideas by their known names, which will be still very different from the true taste of that fruit itself. In light and colors and all other simple ideas, it is the same thing, for the signification of sounds is not natural, but only imposed and arbitrary, and no definition of light or redness is more fitted or able to produce either of those ideas in us than the sound, light, or red by itself. For, to hope to produce an idea of light or color by a sound, however formed, is to expect that sounds should be visible, or colors audible, and to make the ears do the office of all the other senses, which is all one as to say that we might taste, smell, and see by the ears, a sort of philosophy worthy only of Sancho Panza, who had the faculty to see Dulcinea by hearsay, and therefore he that has not before received into his mind, by the proper inlet, the simple idea which any word stands for, can never come to know the signification of that word by any other word or sounds whatsoever, put together according to any rules of definition. The only way is, by applying to his senses the proper object, and so producing that idea in him, for which he has learned the name already. A studious blind man, who had mightily beat his head about visible objects, and made use of the explication of his books and friends, to understand those names of light and colors which often came in his way, bragged one day that he now understood what scarlet signified, upon which his friend demanding what scarlet was, the blind man answered, it was like the sound of a trumpet. Just such an understanding of the name of any other simple idea will he have, who hopes to get it only from a definition, or other words made use of to explain it. 12. The contrary shown in complex ideas, by instances of a statue and rainbow. The case is quite otherwise in complex ideas, which, consisting of several simple ones, it is in the power of words, standing for the several ideas that make that composition, to imprint complex ideas in the mind which were never there before, and so make their names be understood, In such collections of ideas, passing under one name, definition, or the teaching the signification of one word by several others, has place, and may make us understand the names of things which never came within the reach of our senses, and frame ideas suitable to those in other men's minds when they use those names, provided that none of the terms of the definition stand for any such simple ideas, which he to whom the explication is made has never yet had in his thought. Thus the word statue may be explained to a blind man by other words, when picture cannot. His senses have given him the idea of figure, but not of colors, which therefore words cannot excite him. This gained the prize to the painter against the statuary, each of which contending for the excellency of his art, and the statuary bragging that his was to be preferred because it reached further, and even those who had lost their eyes could yet perceive the excellency of it. The painter agreed to refer himself to the judgment of a blind man, who being brought where there was a statue made by the one, and a picture drawn by the other, he was first led to the statue, in which he traced with his hands all the lineaments of the face and body, and with great admiration applauded the skill of the workman. But being led to the picture, and having his hands laid upon it, was told that now he touched the head, and then the forehead, eyes, nose, etc., and his hand moved over the parts of the picture on the cloth, without finding any the least distinction. Whereupon he cried out that certainly that must needs be a very admirable and divine piece of workmanship, which could represent to them all those parts where he could neither feel nor perceive anything. 13. Colors indefinable to the born blind. He that should use the word rainbow to one who knew all those colors, but yet had never seen that phenomenon, would, by enumerating the figure, largeness, position, and order of the colors, so well define that word that it might be perfectly understood. But yet that definition, how exact and perfect soever, would never make a blind man understand it, because several of the simple ideas that make that complex one, being such as he never received by sensation and experience, no words are able to excite them in his mind. 14. Complex ideas definable only when the simple ideas of which they consist have been got from experience. Simple ideas, as has been shown, can only be got by experience from those objects which are proper to produce in us those perceptions. When, by this means, we have our minds stored with them, and know the names for them, then we are in a condition to define, and by definition to understand, the names of complex ideas that are made up of them. But when any term stands for a simple idea that a man has never yet had in his mind, it is impossible by any words to make them known its meaning to him. When any term stands for an idea a man is acquainted with, but is ignorant that the term is the sign of, then another name of the same idea, which he has been accustomed to, may make him understand its meaning. But in no case whatsoever is any name of any simple idea capable of a definition. 15. Fourthly, names of simple ideas of less doubtful meaning than those of mixed modes and substances. Fourthly, but though the names of simple ideas have not the help of definition to determine their signification, yet that hinders not but that they are generally less doubtful and uncertain than those of mixed modes and substances, because they, standing only for one simple perception, men, for the most part, easily and perfectly agree in their signification, and there is little room for mistake and wrangling about their meaning. He that knows once that whiteness is the name of that color he has observed in snow or milk will not be apt to misapply that word, as long as he retains that idea, which, when he has quite lost, he is not apt to mistake the meaning of it, but perceives he understands it not. There is neither a multiplicity of simple ideas to be put together, which makes the doubtfulness in the names of mixed modes, nor a supposed, but unknown, real essence, with properties depending thereon, the precise number whereof is also unknown, which makes the difficulty in the names of substances. But, on the contrary, in simple ideas the whole signification of the name is known at once, and consists not of parts, whereof, more or less being put in, the idea may be varied, and so the signification of name be obscure or uncertain. 16. Simple ideas have few assents in linea predicamentali. Fifthly, this further may be observed concerning simple ideas and their names, that they have but few assents in linea predicamentali, as they call it, from the lowest species to the summum genus. The reason whereof is, that the lowest species being but one simple idea, nothing can be left out of it, that so the difference being taken away, it may agree with some other thing in one idea common to them both, which, having one name, is the genus of the other two, v.g. there is nothing that can be left out of the idea of white and red to make them agree in one common appearance, and so have one general name, as rationality being left out of the complex idea of man makes it agree with brute in the more general idea and name of animal. And therefore when, to avoid unpleasant enumerations, men would comprehend both white and red and several other such simple ideas under one general name, they have been fain to do it by a word which denotes only the way they get into the mind. For when white, red, and yellow are all comprehended under the genus or name color, it signifies no more but such ideas as are produced in the mind only by the sight, and have entrance only through the eyes. And when they would frame yet a more general term to comprehend both colors and sounds, and the like simple ideas, they do it by a word that signifies all such as come into the mind only by one sense. And so the general term quality, in its ordinary acceptation, comprehends colors, sounds, tastes, smells, and tangible qualities, with distinction from extension, number, motion, pleasure, and pain, which make impressions on the mind and introduce their ideas by more senses than one. 17. Sixthly, names of simple ideas not arbitrary, but perfectly taken from the existence of things. Sixthly, the names of simple ideas, substances, and mixed modes have also this difference, that those of mixed modes stand for ideas perfectly arbitrary, those of substances are not perfectly so, but refer to a pattern, though with some latitude, and those of simple ideas are perfectly taken from the existence of things, and are not arbitrary at all, which, what difference it makes in the signification of their names, we shall see in the following chapters. Simple modes. The names of simple modes differ little from those of simple ideas. End of section 4.
Section 5 of an essay concerning human understanding, Book 3 of Words by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 5 of the names of mixed modes and relations. Number 1. Mixed modes stand for abstract ideas as other general names. The names of mixed modes, being general, they stand, as has been shown, for sorts or species of things, each of which has its peculiar essence. The essences of these species also, as has been shown, are nothing but the abstract ideas in the mind, to which the name is annexed. Thus far, the names and essences of mixed modes have nothing but what is common to them with other ideas. But if we take a little nearer survey of them, we shall find that they have something peculiar, which perhaps may deserve our attention. Number 2. First, the abstract ideas they stand for are made by the understanding. The first particularity I shall observe in them is that the abstract ideas, or, if you please, the essences of the several species of mixed modes, are made by the understanding, wherein they differ from those of simple ideas, in which sort the mind has no power to make any one, but only receives such as are presented to it by the real existence of things operating upon it. Number 3. Secondly, made arbitrarily and without patterns. In the next place, these essences of the species of mixed modes are not only made by the mind, but made very arbitrarily, made without patterns or reference to any real existence. Wherein they differ from those of substances, which carry with them the supposition of some real being from which they are taken and to which they are conformable, but in its complex ideas of mixed modes, the mind takes the liberty not to follow the existence of things exactly. It unites and retains certain collections as so many distinct specific ideals, whilst others, that as often occur in nature, and are as plainly suggested by outward things past neglected, without particular name or specifications. Nor does the mind, in these of mixed modes, as in the complex idea of substances, examine them by the real existence of things, or verify them by patterns containing such peculiar compositions in nature. To know whether his idea of adultery or incest be right, will a man seek it anywhere amongst things existing? Or is it true because anyone has been witness to such an action? No, but it suffices here that men have put together such a collection into one complex idea that makes the archetype and specific idea, whether any such action were committed in rerum natura or no. Number 4. How is this done? To understand this right, we must consider wherein this making of these complex ideas consists, and that is not in the making any new idea, but putting together those which the mind had before. Wherein the mind does these three things. First, it chooses a certain number. Secondly, it gives them connection and makes them into one idea. Thirdly, it ties them together by a name. If we examine how the mind proceeds in these, and what liberty it takes in them, we shall easily observe how these essences of species of mixed modes are the workmanship of the mind, and consequently that the species themselves are of men's making. Number 5. Evidently arbitrarily, in that the idea is often before the existence. Nobody can doubt but that these ideas of mixed modes are made by a voluntary collection of ideas put together in the mind, independent from any original patterns in nature, who will but reflect that this sort of complex ideas may be made, abstracted, and have names given them, and so a species be constituted before any one individual of that species ever existed. Who can doubt but the ideas of sacrilege or adultery might be framed in the minds of men and have names given them, and so these species of mixed modes be constituted before either of them was ever committed, and might be as well discoursed of, and reasoned about, and as certain truths discovered of them, whilst yet they had no being but in the understanding, as well as now, that they have but too frequently a real existence? Whereby it is plain how much the sorts of mixed modes are the creatures of the understanding, where they have a being as subservient to all the ends of real truth and knowledge as when they really exist. And we cannot doubt but lawmakers have often made laws about species of actions which were only the creatures of their own understandings, beings that had no other existence but in their own minds. And I think nobody can deny but that the resurrection was a species of mixed modes in the mind before it really existed. Number 6. Instances. Murder, incest, stabbing. To see how arbitrarily these essences of mixed modes are made by the mind, we need but take a view of almost any of them. A little looking into them will satisfy us that it is the mind that combines several scattered independent ideas into one complex one, and by the common name it gives them, makes them the essence of a certain species without regulating itself by any connection they have in nature. For what greater connection in nature has the idea of a man than the idea of a sheep with killing? That this is made a particular species of action, signified by the word murder, and the other not. Or what union is there in nature between the idea of the relation of a father with killing than that of a son or neighbor? That those are combined into one complex idea, and thereby made the essence of the distinct species parricide, whilst the other makes no distinct species at all. But though they have made killing a man's father or mother a distinct species from killing his son or daughter, yet in some other cases son and daughter are taken in too, as well as father and mother, and they are all equally comprehended in the same species, as in that of incest. Thus the mind, in mixed modes, arbitrarily unites into complex ideas such as it finds convenient, whilst others that have altogether as much union in nature are left loose, and never combine into one idea, because they have no need of one name. It is evident, then, that the mind, by its free choice, gives a connection to a certain number of ideas, which in nature have no more union with one another than others, than it leaves out. Why else is the part of the weapon the beginning of the wound is made with taking notice of? To make the distinct species called stabbing, and the figure and matter of the weapon left out? I do not say this is done without reason, as we shall see more by and by, but this I say, that it is done by the free choice of the mind, pursuing its own ends, and that, therefore, these species of mixed modes are the workmanship of the understanding. And there is nothing more evident than that. For the most part, in the framing these ideas, the mind searches not its patterns in nature, nor references the ideas it makes to the real existence of things, but puts such together as may best serve its own purposes, without tying itself to a precise imitation of anything that really exists. Number 7. but still subservient to the end of language and not made at random. But though these complex ideas or essences of mixed modes depend on the mind, and are made by it with great liberty, yet they are not made at random and jumbled together without any reason at all. Though these complex ideas be not always copied from nature, yet they are always suited to the end for which abstract ideas are made. And though they be combinations made of ideas that are loose enough, and have as little union in themselves as several other to which the mind never gives a connection that combines them into one idea, yet they are always made for the convenience of communication, which is the chief end of language. The use of language is by short sounds to signify with ease and dispatch general conceptions, wherein not only abundance of particulars may be contained, but also a great variety of independent ideas collected into one complex one. In the making thereof the species of mixed modes, men have regard only to such combinations as they had occasion to mention one to another. Those they have combined into distinct complex ideas, and given names to, whilst others that in nature have as near a union, are left loose and unregarded. For to go no further than human actions themselves, if they would make distinct abstract ideas of all the varieties which might be observed in them, the number must be infinite, and the memory confounded with the plenty, as well as overcharged to little purpose. It suffices that men make and name so many complex ideas of these mixed modes, so they find they have occasion to have names for, in the ordinary occurrence of their affairs. If they join to the idea of killing the idea of father or mother, and so make a distinct species from killing a man's son or neighbor, it is because of the different heinousness of the crime, and the distinct punishment is due to the murdering a man's father and mother, different to what ought to be inflicted on the murder of a son or neighbor, and therefore they find it necessary to mention it by a distinct name, which is the end of making that distinct combination. But though the ideas of mother and daughter are so differently treated in reference to the idea of killing, that the one is joined with it to make a distinct abstract idea with a name, and so a distinct species, and the other not, yet in respect of carnal knowledge, they are both taken under incest, and that still for the same convenience of expressing under one name, and reckoning of one species, such unclean mixtures as have a peculiar turpitude beyond others, and this is to avoid circumlocutions and tedious descriptions. Number 8. Whereof the intranslatable words of divers languages are a proof. A moderate skill in different languages will easily satisfy one of the truth of this, it being so obvious to observe each store of languages in one language which have not any that answer them in another. Which plainly shows that those of one country, by their customs and manner of life, have found occasion to make several complex ideas and give names to them, which others never collected into specific ideas. This could not have happened if these species were the steady workmanship of nature and not collections made and abstracted by the mind in order to naming and for the convenience of communication. The terms of our law, which are not empty sounds, will hardly find words that answer them in the Spanish or Italian, no scanty languages. Much less, I think, could anyone translate them into the Caribbee or Westold tongues, and the Versa of the Romans or Corban of the Jews have no words in other languages to answer them, the reason whereof is plain from what has been said. Nay, if we look a little more nearly into this matter, and exactly compare different languages, we shall find that though they have words which in translations and dictionaries are supposed to answer one another, yet there is scarce one often amongst the names of complex ideas, especially of mixed modes, that stands for the same precise idea, which the word does that in dictionaries it is rendered by. There are no ideas more common and less compounded than the measures of time, extension, and weight, and the Latin names ora, pes, libra, are without difficulty rendered by the English names hour, foot, and pound. But yet there is nothing more evident than that the ideas a Roman annexed to these Latin names were very far different from those which an Englishman expresses by those English ones. And if either of these should make use of the measures that those of the other language design by their names, he would be quite out in his account. These are too sensible proofs to be doubted, and we shall find this much more so in the names of more abstract and compounded ideas, such as are the greatest part of those which make up moral discourses, whose names, when men come curiously to compare with those they are translated into in other languages, they will find very few of them exactly to correspond in the whole extent of their significations. Number 9. They show species to be made for communication. The reason why I take so particular notice of this is that we may not be mistaken about genera and species and their essences, as if they were things regularly and constantly made by nature, and had a real existence in things, when they appear, upon a more wary survey, to be nothing else but an artifice of the understanding, for the easier signifying such collections of ideas as it should often have occasion to communicate by one general term, under which divers particulars, as far forth as they agree to that abstract idea, might be comprehended. And if the doubtful signification of the word species may make it sound harsh to some that I say the species of mixed modes are made by the understanding, yet I think it can by nobody be denied that it is the mind makes those abstract complex ideas to which specific names are given. And if it be true, as it is, that the mind makes the patterns for sorting and naming of things, I leave it to be considered who makes the boundaries of the sort or species, since with me species and sort have no other difference than that of the Latin and English idiom. Number 10. In mixed modes, it is the name that ties the combination of simple ideas together and makes it a species. The near relation that there is between species, essences, and their general name, at least in mixed modes, will further appear when we consider that it is the name that seems to preserve those essences and give them their lasting duration. For the connection between the loose parts of those complex ideas being made by the mind, this union, which has no particular foundation in nature, would cease again, were there not something that did, as it were, hold it together, and keep the parts from scattering. Though therefore it be the mind that makes the collection, it is the name which is as it were the knot that ties them fast together. What a vast variety of different ideas does the word triumphus hold together, and deliver to us as one species! Had this name been never made, or quite lost, we might no doubt have had descriptions of what passed in that solemnity. But yet I think that which holds those different parts together in the unity of one complex idea is that very word annexed to it, without which the several parts of that would no more be thought to make one thing than any other show, which having never been made but once, had never been united into one complex idea under one denomination. How much, therefore, in mixed modes, the unity necessary to any essence depends on the mind, and how much the continuation and fixing of that unity depends on the name in common use annexed to it, I leave it to be considered by those who look upon essences and species as real established things in nature. Number 11. Suitable to this, we find that men speaking of mixed modes seldom imagine or take any other for species of them, but such as are set out by name, because they, being of man's making only in order to naming, no such species are taken notice of, or supposed to be, unless a name be joined to it, as a sign of man's having combined into one idea several loose ones, and by that name giving a lasting union to the parts which would otherwise cease to have any, as soon as the mind laid by that abstract idea, and ceased actually to think on it. But when a name is once annexed to it, wherein the parts of that complex idea have a settled and permanent union, then is the essence as it were established, and the species looked on as complete. For to what purpose should the memory charge itself with such compositions, unless there were abstractions to make them general? And to what purpose make them general, unless it were that they might have general names for the convenience of discourse and communication? Thus we see that killing a man with a sword or a hatchet are looked on as no distinct species of action, but if the point of the sword first enter the body, it passes for a distinct species, where it has a distinct name, as in England, in whose language it is called stabbing, but in another country, where it has not happened to be specified under a particular name, it passes not for a distinct species, but in a species of corporeal substances, though it be the mind that makes the nominal essence. Yet, since those ideas which are combined in it are supposed to have an union in nature, whether the mind joins them or not, Therefore, those are looked on as distinct species without any operation of the mind, either abstracting or giving a name to that complex idea. Number 12. For the originals of our mixed modes, we look no further than the mind, which also shows them to be the workmanship of the understanding. Conformable also to what has been said concerning the essences of species of mixed modes, that they are the creatures of understanding rather than the works of nature. Conformable, I say, to this, we find that their names lead our thoughts to the mind and no further, or gratitude. When we speak of justice, or gratitude, we frame to ourselves no imagination of anything existing which we would conceive, but our thoughts terminate in the abstract ideas of those virtues, and look not further, as they do when we speak of horse or iron, whose specific ideas we consider not as barely in the mind, but as in things themselves, which afford the original patterns of those ideas. But in mixed modes, at least the most considerable parts of them, which are moral beings, we consider the original patterns as being in the mind, and to those we refer for the distinguishing of particular beings under names. And hence I think it is that these essences of the species of mixed modes are by a more particular name called notions, as by a particular right appertaining to the understanding. Number 13. Hence likewise, we may learn why the complex ideas of mixed modes are commonly more compounded and decompounded than those of natural substances. Because they being the workmanship of the understanding, pursuing only its own ends, and the conveniency of expressing in short those ideas it would make known to another, it does with great liberty unite often into one abstract idea things that in their nature have no coherence, and so under one term bundle together a great variety of compounded and decompounded ideas. Thus the name of procession. What a great mixture of independent ideas of persons, habits, tapers, orders, motions, sounds, does it contain in that complex one, which the mind of man has arbitrarily put together to express by that one name? Whereas the complex ideas of the sorts of substances are usually made up of only a small number of simple ones. In a species of animals, these two, vice, shape, and void, commonly make the whole nominal essence. Number 14. Names of mixed modes stand always for their real essences, which are the workmanship of our minds. Another thing we may observe from what has been said is, that the names of mixed modes always signify, when they have any determined signification, the real essences of their species. For these abstract ideas, being the workmanship of the mind, and not refer to the real existence of things, there is no supposition of anything more signified by that name, but barely that complex idea the mind itself has formed, which is all it would have expressed by it, and is that on which all the properties of the species depend, and from which alone they all flow, and so in these the real nominal essence is the same which of what concernment it is to the certain knowledge of general truth we shall see hereafter. Number 15. Why their names are usually got before their ideas. This also may show us the reason why for the most part the names of mixed modes are got before the ideas they stand for are perfectly known. Because there being no species of these ordinarily taken notice of but what have names, and those species, or rather their essences, being abstract complex ideas made arbitrarily by the mind, it is convenient, if not necessary, to know the names, before one endeavor to frame these complex ideas, unless a man will fill his head with a company of abstract complex ideas, which others having no names for, he has nothing to do with, but to lay by and forget again. I confess that, in the beginning of languages, it was necessary to have the idea before one gave it the name. And so it is still, where, making a new complex idea, one also, by giving it a new name, makes a new word. But this concerns not languages made, which have generally pretty well provided for ideas which men have frequent occasion to have and communicate, and in such, I ask, were it not the ordinary method that children learn the names of mixed modes before they have their ideas? What one of 1,000 ever frames the abstract ideas of glory and ambition before he has heard the names of them? In simple ideas and substances, I grant it is otherwise, which, being such ideas as have a real existence and union in nature, The ideas and names are got one before the other as it happens. Number 16. Reason of my being so large on this subject. What has been said here of mixed modes is with very little difference applicable also to relations, which since every man himself may observe, I may spare myself the pains to enlarge on, especially since what I have said here said concerning words in his third book will possibly be thought by some to this be much more than what so slight a subject required. I allow it might be brought into a narrow compass, but I was willing to stay my reader on an argument that appears to me new and a little out of the way. I am sure it is one I thought not of when I began to write, that by searching it to the bottom and turning it on every side, some part or other might meet with every one's thoughts, and give occasion to the most averse or negligent to reflect on a general miscarriage, which, though of great consequence, is little taken notice of, when it is considered what a putter is made about essences, and how much all sorts of knowledge, discourse, and conversation are pestered and disordered by the careless and confused use of application of words, it will perhaps be thought worth while thoroughly to lay it open. And I shall be pardoned if I have dwelt long on an argument which I think, therefore, needs to be inculcated, because the faults men are usually guilty of in this kind are not only the greatest hindrance of true knowledge, but are so well thought of as the pass for it. Men would often see what a small pretence of reason and truth, or possibly none at all, is mixed with those huffing opinions they are swelled with, if they would but look beyond fashionable sounds, and observe what ideas are or are not comprehended under those words with which they are so armed at all points, and with which they so confidently lay about them. I shall imagine I have done some service to truth, peace, and learning, if by any enlargement on this subject I can make men reflect on their own use of language, and give them reason to suspect that, since it is frequent for others, it may also be possible for them to have sometimes the very good and approved words in their mouths and writing, with very uncertain, little or no signification. And therefore it is not unreasonable for them to be wary herein themselves, and not to be unwilling to have them examined by others. With this design, therefore, I shall go on with what I have further to say concerning this matter. End of section 5.
Section 6 of an essay concerning human understanding, Book 3 of Words, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 6 of the Names of Substances, Part 1. 1. The common names of substances stand for sorts. The common names of substances, as well as other general terms, stand for sorts, which is nothing else but the being made signs of such complex ideas wherein several particular substances do or might agree, by virtue of which they are capable of being comprehended in one common conception, and signified by one name. I say do or might agree, for though there be but one sun existing in the world, yet the idea of it being abstracted, so that more substances, if there were several, might each agree in it, it is as much a sort as if there were as many suns as there are stars. They want not their reasons who think there are, and that each fixed star would answer the idea the name sun stands for, to one who was placed in a due distance. Which, by the way, may show us how much the sorts, or, if you please, genera and species of things, for which the Latin terms signify to me nothing more than the English word sort, depend on such collections of ideas as men have made, and not on the real nature of things, since it is not impossible but that, in propriety of speech, that might be a sun to one which is a star to another. 2. The essence of each sort of substance is our abstract idea, to which the name is annexed. the measure and boundary of each sort or species, whereby it is constituted that particular sort, and distinguished from others, is what we call its essence, which is nothing but that abstract idea to which the name is annexed, so that everything contained in that idea is essential to that sort. This, though it be all the essence of natural substances that we know, or by which we distinguish them into sorts, yet I call it by a peculiar name, the nominal essence, to distinguish it from the real constitution of substances, upon which depends this nominal essence, and all the properties of that sort, which therefore, as has been said, may be called the real essence. For example, the nominal essence of gold is that complex idea the word gold stands for. Let it be, for instance, a body yellow of a certain weight, malleable, fusible, and fixed. But the real essence is the constitution of the insensible parts of that body, on which those qualities and all the other properties of gold depend. How far these two are different, though they are both called essence, is obvious at first sight to discover. 3. The nominal and real essence different. For, though perhaps voluntary motion, with sense and reason, joined to a body of a certain shape, be the complex idea to which I and others annex the name man, and so be the nominal essence of the species so called, yet nobody will say that complex idea is the real essence and source of all those operations which are to be found in any individual of that sort. The foundation of all those qualities which are the ingredients of our complex idea is something quite different. And had we such a knowledge of that constitution of man, from which his faculties of moving, sensation, and reasoning, and other powers flow, and on which his so regular shape depends, as it is possible angels have, and it is certain his Maker has, we shall have a quite other idea of his essence than what now is contained in our definition of that species, be it what it will. And our idea of any individual man would be as far different from what it is now as is his who knows all the springs and wheels and other contrivances within the famous clock at Strasbourg, from that which a gazing countryman has of it, who barely sees the motion of the hand and hears the clock strike, and observes only some of the outward appearances. 4. Nothing essential to individuals. That essence, in the ordinary use of the word, relates to sorts, and that it is considered in particular beings no further than as they are ranked into sorts, appears from hence. That take but away the abstract ideas by which we sort individuals, and rank them under common names, and then the thought of anything essential to any of them instantly vanishes. We have no notion of the one without the other, which plainly shows their relation. It is necessary for me to be as I am. God and nature has made me so, but there is nothing I have is essential to me. An accident or disease may very much alter my color or shape. A fever or fall may take away my reason or memory, or both, and an apoplexy leaves neither sense nor understanding, no, nor life. Other creatures of my shape may be made with more and better, or fewer and worse faculties than I have, and others may have reason and sense in a shape and body very different from mine. None of these are essential to the one or the other, or to any individual whatever, till the mind refers it to some sort or species of things, and then presently, according to the abstract idea of that sort, something is found essential. Let any one examine his own thoughts, and he will find that as soon as he supposes or speaks of essential, the consideration of some species or the complex idea signified by some general name comes into his mind, and it is in reference to that this or that quality is said to be essential. So that if it be asked whether it be essential to me or any other particular corporeal being to have reason, I say no, no more than it is essential to this white thing I write on to have words on it. But if that particular being be to be counted of the sort man, and to have the name man given it, then reason is essential to it, supposing reason to be a part of the complex idea the name man stands for, as it is essential to this thing I write on to contain words, if I will give it the name treatise, and rank it under that species. So that essential and not essential relate only to our abstract ideas, and the names annexed to them, which amounts to no more than this, that whatever particular thing has not in it those qualities which are contained in the abstract idea which any general term stands for, cannot be ranked under that species, nor be called by that name, since that abstract idea is the very essence of that species. 5. The only essences perceived by us in individual substances are those qualities which entitle them to receive their names. Thus, if the idea of body with some people be bare extension or space, then solidity is not essential to body. If others make the idea to which they give the name body to be solidity and extension, then solidity is essential to body. That therefore, and that alone, is considered as essential, which makes a part of the complex idea the name of that sort stands for, without which no particular thing can be reckoned of that sort, nor be entitled to that name. Should there be found a parcel of matter that had all the other qualities that are in iron, but wanted obedience to the lodestone, and would neither be drawn by it nor receive direction from it, would any one question whether it wanted anything essential? It would be absurd to ask whether a thing really existing wanted anything essential to it, or could be demanded whether this made an essential or specific difference or no, since we have no other measure of essential or specific but our abstract ideas. And to talk of specific differences in nature without reference to general ideas in names is to talk unintelligibly. For I would ask any one, what is sufficient to make an essential difference in nature between any two particular beings, without any regard had to some abstract idea, which is looked upon as the essence and standard of a species? All such patterns and standards being quite laid aside, particular beings, considered barely in themselves, will be found to have all their qualities equally essential, and everything in each individual will be essential to it, or, which is more, nothing at all. For though it may be reasonable to ask whether obeying the magnet is essential to iron, yet I think it is very improper and insignificant to ask whether it be essential to the particular parcel of matter I cut my pen with, without considering it under the name iron, or as being of a certain species. And if, as has been said, our abstract ideas which have names annexed to them are the boundaries of species, nothing can be essential but what is contained in those ideas. 6. Even the real essences of individual substances imply potential sorts. It is true, I have often mentioned a real essence, distinct in substances from those abstract ideas of them which I call their nominal essence. By this real essence I mean that real constitution of anything which is the foundation of all those properties that are combined in, and are constantly found to coexist with the nominal essence, that particular constitution which everything has within itself, without any relation to anything without it. But essence, even in this sense, relates to a sort, and supposes a species. For being that real constitution on which the properties depend, it necessarily supposes a sort of things, properties belonging only to species, and not to individuals. For example, supposing the nominal essence of gold be a body of such a particular color and weight, with malleability and fusibility, the real essence is that constitution of the parts of matter on which those qualities and their union depend, and is also the foundation of its solubility in aqua regia and other properties accompanying that complex idea. Here are essences and properties, but all upon supposition of a sort of general abstract idea, which is considered as immutable. But there is no individual parcel of matter to which any of these qualities are so annexed as to be essential to it, or inseparable from it. That which is essential belongs to it as a condition whereby it is of this or that sort. But take away the consideration of its being ranked under the name of some abstract idea, and then there is nothing necessary to it, nothing inseparable from it. Indeed, as to the real essences of substances, we only suppose their being without precisely knowing that they are, but that which annexes them still to the species is the nominal essence, of which they are the supposed foundation and cause. 7. The nominal essence bounds the species to us. The next thing to be considered is, by which of those essences it is that substances are determined into sorts or species, and that, it is evident, is by the nominal essence. For it is that alone that the name, which is the mark of the sort, signifies. It is impossible, therefore, that anything should determine the sorts of things which we rank under general names, but that idea which that name is designed as a mark for, which is that, as has been shown, which we call nominal essence. Why do we say this is a horse, and that a mule, this an animal, that an herb? How comes any particular thing to be this or that sort, but because it has that nominal essence, or, which is all one, agrees to that abstract idea that name is annexed to? And I desire any one but to reflect on his own thoughts when he hears or speaks any of those or other names of substances, to know what sort of essences they stand for. 8. The nature of species as formed by us. And that the species of things to us are nothing but the ranking them under distinct names, according to the complex ideas in us, and not according to precise, distinct, real essences in them, is plain from hence, that we find many of the individuals that are ranked into one sort, called by one common name, and so received as being of one species, have yet qualities, depending on their real constitutions, as far different one from another, as from others from which they are accounted to differ specifically. This, as it is easy to be observed by all who have to do with natural bodies, so chemists especially are often, by sad experience, convinced of it, when they, sometimes in vain, seek for the same qualities in one parcel of sulphur, antimony, or vitriol, which they have found in others. For, though they are bodies of the same species, having the same nominal essence under the same name, yet do they often, upon severe ways of examination, betray qualities so different one from another, as to frustrate the expectation and labor of very wary chemists. But if things were distinguished into species according to their real essences, it would be as impossible to find different properties in any two individual substances of the same species, as it is to find different properties in two circles or two equilateral triangles. That is properly the essence to us which determines every particular to this or that classes, or which is the same thing to this or that general name. And what can that be else but that abstract idea to which that name is annexed, and so has in truth a reference, not so much to the being of particular things as to their general denominations. 9. Not the real essence or texture of parts, which we know not. Nor indeed can we rank and sort things, and consequently, which is the end of sorting, denominate them by their real essences, because we know them not. Our faculties carry us no further towards the knowledge and distinction of substances than a collection of those sensible ideas which we observe in them, which, however, make with the greatest diligence and exactness we are capable of, yet is more remote from the true internal constitution from which those qualities flow, than, as I said, a countryman's idea is from the inward contrivance of that famous clock at Strasbourg, whereof he only sees the outward figure and motions. There is not so contemptible a plant or animal that does not confound the most enlarged understanding. Though the familiar use of things about us take off our wonder, yet it cures not our ignorance. When we come to examine the stones we tread on, or the iron we daily handle, we presently find we know not their make, and can give no reason of the different qualities we find in them. It is evident the internal constitution wherein these properties depend is unknown to us. For to go no further than the grossest and most obvious we can imagine amongst them, what is that texture of parts, that real essence, that makes lead and antimony fusible, wood and stones not? What makes lead and iron malleable? And yet how infinitely these come short of the fine contrivances and inconceivable real essences of plants or animals, every one knows. The workmanship of the all-wise and powerful God in the great fabric of the universe and every part thereof further exceeds the capacity and comprehension of the most inquisitive and intelligent man, than the best contrivance of the most ingenious man doth the conceptions of the most ignorant of rational creatures. Therefore we in vain pretend to range things into sorts, and dispose them into certain classes under names, by their real essences, that are so far from our discovery or comprehension. A blind man may as soon sort things by their colours, and he that has lost his smell as well distinguish a lily and a rose by their odours, as by those internal constitutions which he knows not. He that thinks he can distinguish sheep and goats by their real essences that are unknown to him may be pleased to try his skill in those species called cassiowary and quercenincio, and by their internal real essences determine the boundaries of those species, without knowing the complex idea of sensible qualities that each of those names stand for, and in the countries where those animals are to be found. 10. Not the substantial form which know not. Those therefore who have been taught that the several species of substances had their distinct internal substantial forms, and that it was those forms which made the distinction of substances into their true species and genera, were led yet further out of the way, by having their minds set upon fruitless inquiries after substantial forms, wholly unintelligible, and whereof we have scarce so much as any obscure or confused conception in general. 11. That the nominal essence is that only whereby we distinguish species or substances, further evident from our ideas of finite spirits and of God. That our ranking and distinguishing natural substances into species consists in the nominal essences the mind makes, and not in the real essences to be found in the things themselves, is further evident from our ideas of spirits. For the mind getting only by reflection on its own operations those simple ideas which it attributes to spirits, it hath or can have no other notion of spirit but by attributing all those operations it finds in itself to a sort of beings, without consideration of matter. And even the most advanced notion we have of God is but attributing the same simple ideas which we have got from reflection on what we find in ourselves, and which we conceive to have more perfection in them than would be in their absence; attributing, I say, those simple ideas to him in an unlimited degree. Thus, having got from reflection on ourselves the idea of existence, knowledge, power, and pleasure, each of which we find it better to have than to want, and the more we have of each the better, joining all those together with infinity to each of them, we have the complex idea of an eternal, omniscient, omnipotent, infinitely wise and happy being. And though we are told that there are different species of angels, yet we know not how to frame distinct specific ideas of them, not out of any conceit that the existence of more species than one spirits is impossible, but because, having no more simple ideas, nor being able to frame more applicable to such beings, but only those few taken from ourselves, and from the actions of our own minds in thinking and being delighted, and moving several parts of our bodies, we can no more otherwise distinguish in our conceptions the several species of spirits one from another, but by attributing those operations and powers we find in ourselves to them in a higher or lower degree, and so have no very distinct specific ideas of spirits, except only of God, to whom we attribute both duration and all those other ideas with infinity, to the other spirits with limitation. Nor, as I humbly conceive, do we, between God and them in our ideas, put any difference, by any number of simple ideas which we have of one and not of the other, but only that of infinity. All the particular ideas of existence, knowledge, will, power, and motion, etc., being ideas derived from the operations of our minds, we attribute all of them to all sorts of spirits, with the difference only of degrees, to the utmost we can imagine, even infinity, when we would frame as well as we can an idea of the first being, who yet, it is certain, is infinitely more remote in the real excellency of his nature from the highest and perfectest of all created beings, than the greatest man, nay, purest seraph, is from the most contemptible part of matter, and consequently must infinitely exceed what our narrow understandings can conceive of him. 12. Of finite spirits there are probably numberless species in a continuous series of gradations. It is not impossible to conceive, nor repugnant to reason, that there may be as many species of spirits, as much separated and diversified one from another by distinct properties, whereof we have no ideas, as the species of sensible things are distinguished one from another by qualities which we know and observe in them. That there should be more species of intelligent creatures above us than there are of sensible and material below us is probable to me from hence, that in all the visible corporeal world we see no chasms or gaps. All quite down from us the descent is by easy steps and a continued series of things, that in each remove differ very little one from the other. There are fishes that have wings, and are not strangers to the airy region, and there are some birds that are inhabitants of the water, whose blood is cold as fishes, and their flesh is so like in taste that the scrupulous are allowed them on fish days. There are animals so near of kin both to birds and beasts that they are in the middle between both. Amphibious animals link the terrestrial and aquatic together. Seals live at land and sea, and porpoises have the warm blood and entrails of a hog, not to mention what is confidentially reported of mermaids and seamen. There are some brutes that seem to have as much knowledge and reason as some that are called men, and the animal and vegetable kingdoms are so nearly joined that if you will take the lowest of one and the highest of the other, there will scarce be perceived any great difference between them, and so on, till we come to the lowest and the most inorganic parts of matter. We shall find everywhere that the several species are linked together, and differ but in almost insensible degrees. And when we consider the infinite power and wisdom of the Maker, we have reason to think that it is suitable to the magnificent harmony of the universe and the great design and infinite goodness of the architect, that the species of creatures should also, by gentle degrees, ascend upward from us toward his infinite perfection, as we see they gradually descend from us downwards, which if it be probable, we have reason then to be persuaded that there are far more species of creatures above us than there are beneath, we being in degrees of perfection much more remote from the infinite being of God than we are from the lowest state of being, and that which approaches nearest to nothing. And yet of all those distinct species, for the reasons above said, we have no clear, distinct ideas. 13. The nominal essence, that of species, as conceived by us, proved from water and ice. But to return to the species of corporeal substances. If I should ask any one whether ice and water were two distinct species of things, I doubt not but I should be answered in the affirmative. And it cannot be denied but he that says they are two distinct species is in the right. But if an Englishman, bred in Jamaica, who perhaps had never seen nor heard of ice, coming into England in the winter, find the water he put in his basin at night in a great part frozen in the morning, and not knowing any particular name it had, should call it hardened water, I ask whether this would be a new species to him, different from water? And I think it would be answered here, it would not be to him a new species, no more than congealed jelly, when it is cold, is a distinct species from the same jelly fluid and warm, or than liquid gold in the furnace is a distinct species from hard gold in the hands of a workman. And if this be so, it is plain that our distinct species are nothing but distinct complex ideas, with distinct names annexed to them. It is true every substance that exists has its peculiar constitution, whereon depend those sensible qualities and powers we observe in it. But the ranking of things into species, which is nothing but sorting them under several titles, is done by us according to the ideas that we, have of them, which, though sufficient to distinguish them by names, so that we may be able to discourse of them when we have them not present before us, yet if we suppose it to be done by their real internal constitutions, and that things existing are distinguished by nature into species, by real essences, according as we distinguish them into species by names, we shall be liable to great mistakes. 14. Difficulties in the supposition of a certain number of real essences. To distinguish substantial beings into species, according to the usual supposition that there are certain precise essences or forms of things, whereby all the individuals existing are by nature distinguished into species, these things are necessary. 15. A crude supposition. First, to be assured that nature, in the production of things, always designs them to partake of certain regulated, established essences, which are to be the models of all things to be produced. This, in the crude sense it is usually proposed, would need some better explication before it fully be assented to. 16. Monstrous births. Secondly, it would be necessary to know whether nature always attains that essence it designs in the production of things. The irregular and monstrous births that in diverse sorts of animals have been observed will always give us reason to doubt of one or both of these. 17. Are monsters really a distinct species? Thirdly, it ought to be determined whether those we call monsters be really a distinct species, according to the scholastic notion of the word species, since it is certain that everything that exists has its particular constitution. And yet we find that some of these monstrous productions have few or none of those qualities which are supposed to result from and accompany the essence of that species from whence they derived their originals, and to which by their descent they seem to belong. 18. Men can have no ideas of real essences. Fourthly, the real essences of those things which we distinguish into species, and as so distinguished we name, ought to be known. That is, we ought to have ideas of them. But since we are ignorant of these 4 points, the supposed real essences of things stand us not in stead for the distinguishing substances into species. 19. Our nominal essences of substances not perfect collections of the properties that flow from the real essence. Fifthly, the only imaginable help in this case would be, that having framed perfect complex ideas of the properties of things flowing from their different real essences, we should thereby distinguish them into species. But neither can this be done. For being ignorant of the real essence itself, it is impossible to know all those properties that flow from it, and are so annexed to it, that any one of them being away, we may certainly conclude that that essence is not there, and so the thing is not of that species. We can never know what is the precise number of properties depending on the real essence of gold, any one of which failing the real essence of gold, and consequently gold, would not be there, unless we knew the real essence of gold itself, and by that determined that species. By the word gold here I must be understood to design a particular piece of matter. For example, the last guinea that was coined. For if it should stand here in its ordinary signification for that complex idea which I or any one else calls gold, that is, for the nominal essence of gold, it would be jargon. So hard is it to show the various meanings and imperfections of words, when we have nothing else but words to do it by. 20. Hence names independent of real essence. By all which it is clear that our distinguishing substances into species by names is not at all founded on their real essences, nor can we pretend to range and determine them exactly into species according to internal essential differences. 21. But stand for such collections of simple ideas as we have made the name stand for. But since, as has been remarked, we have need of general words, though we know not the real essences of things, all we can do is to collect such a number of simple ideas as by examination we find to be united together in things existing, and thereof to make one complex idea, which, though it be not the real essence of any substance that exists, is yet the specific essence to which our name belongs, and is convertible with it, by which we may at least try the truth of these nominal essences. For example, there be that say that the essence of body is extension. If it be so, we can never mistake in putting the essence of anything in the thing itself. Let us then in discourse put extension for body, and when we would say that body moves, let us say that extension moves, and see how ill it will look. He that should say that one extension by impulse moves another extension would, by the bare expression, sufficiently show the absurdity of such a notion. The essence of anything in respect of us is the whole complex idea comprehended and marked by that name, and in substances besides the several distinct simple ideas that make them up, the confused one of substance, or of an unknown support and cause of their union, is always a part, and therefore the essence of body is not bare extension, but an extended solid thing. And so to say, an extended solid thing moves or impels another is all one and as intelligible as to say body moves or impels. Likewise, to say that a rational animal is capable of conversation is all one has to say of man. But no one will say that rationality is capable of conversation, because it makes not the whole essence to which we give the name man. End of section 6. Section 7 of an Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 3 of Words, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 6 of the Names of Substances, Part 2. 22. Our abstract ideas are to us the measures of the species we make, in instance in that of man. There are creatures in the world that have shapes like ours, but are hairy, and want language and reason. There are naturals amongst us that have perfectly our shape, but want reason, and some of them language too. There are creatures, as it is said, sit fides pennies in thorum, but there appears no contradiction that there should be such. That, with language and reason, and a shape in other things agreeing with ours, have hairy tails, others where the males have no beards, and others where the females have. If it be asked whether these be all men or no, all of human species, it is plain the question refers only to the nominal essence, for those of them to whom the definition of the word man, or the complex idea signified by that name agrees, are men, and the other not. But if the inquiry be made concerning the supposed real essence, and whether the internal constitution and frame of these several creatures be specifically different, it is wholly impossible for us to answer, no part of that going into our specific idea. Only we have reason to think that where the faculties of outward frame so much differs, the internal constitution is not exactly the same. But what difference in the real internal constitution makes a specific difference, it is in vain to inquire, whilst our measures of species be, as they are, only our abstract ideas which we know, and not that internal constitution which makes no part of them. Shall the difference of hair only on the skin be a mark of a different internal specific constitution between a changeling and a drill, when they agree in shape and want of reason and speech? And shall not the want of reason and speech be a sign to us of different real constitutions and species between a changeling and a reasonable man? And so of the rest. If we pretend that distinction of species or sorts is fixedly established by the real frame and secret constitutions of things. 23. Species in animals not distinguished by generation. Nor let any one say that the power of propagation in animals by the mixture of male and female, and in plants by seeds, keeps the supposed real species distinct and entire. For, granting this to be true, it would help us in the distinction of the species of things no further than the tribes of animals and vegetables. What must we do for the rest? But in those two it is not sufficient. For if history lie not, women have conceived by drills, and what real species, by that measure, such a production will be in nature, will be a new question. And we have reason to think this is not impossible, since mules and Jew-marts, the one from the mixture of an ass and a mare, the other from the mixture of a bull and a mare, are so frequent in the world. I once saw a creature that was the issue of a cat and a rat, and had the plain marks of both about it, wherein nature appeared to have followed the pattern of neither sort alone, but to have jumbled them both together. To which he that shall add the monstrous productions that are so frequently to be met with in nature, will find it hard, even in the race of animals, to determine by the pedigree of what species every animal's issue is, and be at a loss about the real essence, which he thinks certainly conveyed by generation, and has alone a right to the specific name. But further, if the species of animals and plants are to be distinguished only by propagation, must I go to the Indies to see the sire and dam of the one, and the plant from which the seed was gathered that produced the other, to know whether this be a tiger or that tea? 24. Not by substantial forms. Upon the whole matter, it is evident that it is their own collections of sensible qualities that men make the essences of their several sorts of substances, and that their real internal structures are not considered by the greatest part of men in the sorting them. Much less were any substantial forms ever thought on by any but those who have in this one part of the world learned the language of the schools. And yet these ignorant men, who pretend not any insight into the real essences, nor trouble themselves about the substantial forms, but are content with knowing things one from another by their sensible qualities, are often better acquainted with their differences, can more nicely distinguish them from their uses, and better know what they expect from each, than those learned, quick-sighted men, who look so deep into them, and talk so confidently of something more hidden and essential. 25. The specific essences that are common, made by men. But supposing that the real essences of substances were discoverable by those that would severally apply themselves to that inquiry, yet we could not reasonably think that the ranking of things under general names was regulated by those internal real constitutions, or anything else but their obvious appearances, since languages in all countries have been established long before sciences, so that they have not been philosophers or logicians, or such who have troubled themselves about forms and essences, that have made the general names that are in use amongst the several nations of men. But those more or less comprehensive terms have, for the most part, in all languages received their birth and signification from ignorant and illiterate people, who sorted and denominated things by those sensible qualities they found in them, thereby to signify them when absent to others, whether they had an occasion to mention a sort or a particular thing. 26. Therefore very various and uncertain in the ideas of different men. Since then it is evident that we sort and name substances by their nominal and not by their real essences, the next thing to be considered is how and by whom these essences come to be made. As to the latter, it is evident they are made by the mind and not by nature, for were they nature's workmanship, they could not be so various and different in several men as experience tells us they are. For if we will examine it, we shall not find the nominal essence of any one species of substances in all men the same. No, not of that which of all others we are the most intimately acquainted with. It could not possibly be that the abstract idea to which the name man is given should be different in several men, if it were of nature's making, and that to one it should be animal rational, and to another animal implume bipeds latus inguibus. He that annexes the name man to a complex idea made up of sense and spontaneous motion, joined to a body of such a shape, has thereby one essence of the species man, and he that, upon further examination, adds rationality, has another essence of the species he calls man, by which means the same individual will be a true man to the one, which is not so to the other. I think there is scarce any one who will allow this upright figure, so well known to be the essential difference of the species man. And yet how far men determine of the sorts of animals rather by their shape than descent is very visible, since it has been more than once debated whether several human fetuses should be preserved or received to baptism or no, only because of the difference of their outward configuration from the ordinary make of children, without knowing whether they were or not as capable of reason as infants cast in another mould. Some whereof, though of an approved shape, are never capable of as much appearance of reason all their lives as to be found in an ape or an elephant, and never give any signs of being acted by a rational soul. Whereby it is evident that the outward figure, which only was found wanting, and not the faculty of reason, which nobody could know would be wanting in its due season, was made essential to the human species. The learned divine and lawyer must, on such occasions, renounce their sacred definition of animal rationale, and substitute some other essence of the human species. Monsieur Menage furnishes us with an example worth the taking notice of on this occasion. "When the abbot of St. Martin," says he, was born, he had so little of the figure of a man that it bespake him rather a monster. It was for some time under deliberation whether he should be baptized or no. However, he was baptized, and declared a man provisionally, till time should show what he would prove. Nature had moulded him so untowardly that he was called all his life the Abbot Malatrue, i.e. ill-shaped. He was of Caen. This child, we see, was very near being excluded out of the species of man, barely by his shape. He escaped very narrowly as he was, and it is certain a figure a little more oddly turned had cast him, and he had been executed as a thing not to be allowed to pass for man. And yet there can be no reason given why, if the lineament of his face had been a little altered, a rational soul could not have been lodged in him, why a visage somewhat longer, or a nose flatter, or a wider mouth, could not have consisted, as well as the rest of his ill figure, with such a soul, such parts, as made him, disfigured as he was, capable to be a dignity in the Church. 27. Nominal essences of particular substances are undetermined by nature, and therefore various as men vary. Wherein, then, would I gladly know consist the precise and unmovable boundaries of that species? It is plain, if we examine, there is no such thing made by nature, and established by her amongst men. The real essence of that or any other sort of substance, it is evident we know not, and therefore are so undetermined in our nominal essences, which we make ourselves, that if several men were to be asked concerning some oddly shaped fetus as soon as born, whether it were a man or no, it is past doubt one should meet with different answers, which could not happen if the nominal essences, whereby we limit and distinguish the species of substances, were not made by man with some liberty, but were exactly copied from precise boundaries set by nature, whereby it distinguished all substances into certain species. Who would undertake to resolve what species that monster was, of which is mentioned by Licetus, with a man's head and hog's body, or those other which to the bodies of men had the heads of beasts, as dogs, horses, etc.? If any of these creatures had lived, and could have spoke, it would have increased the difficulty. Had the upper part to the middle been of human shape, and all below swine, had it been murder to destroy it? Or must the bishop have been consulted, whether it were man enough to be admitted to the font or no? As I have been told, it happened in France some years since, in somewhat a like case. So uncertain are the boundaries of species of animals to us, who have no other measures than the complex ideas of our own collecting, and so far are we from certainty knowing what a man is, though perhaps it will be judged greater ignorance to make any doubt about it. And yet I think I may say, that the certain boundaries of that species are so far from being determined, and the precise number of simple ideas which make the nominal essence so far from being settled and perfectly known, that very material doubts may still arise about it. And I imagine none of the definitions of the word man which we yet have, nor descriptions of that sort of animal, are so perfect and exact as to satisfy a considerate, inquisitive person, much less to obtain a general consent, and to be that which men would everywhere stick by in the decision of cases, and determining of life and death, baptism or no baptism, in productions that might happen. 28. But not so arbitrary as mixed modes. But though these nominal essences of substances are made by the mind, they are not yet made so arbitrarily as those of mixed modes. To the making of any nominal essence it is necessary, first, that the ideas whereof it consists have such a union as to make but one idea, how compounded soever. Secondly, that the particular ideas so united be exactly the same, neither more nor less. For if two abstract complex ideas differ either in number or sorts of their component parts, they make two different, and not one and the same essence. In the first of these, the mind, in making its complex ideas of substances, only follows nature, and puts none together which are not supposed to have a union in nature. Nobody joins the voice of a sheep with the shape of a horse, nor the color of lead with the weight and fixedness of gold, to be the complex idea of any real substances, unless he has a mind to fill his head with chimeras, and his discourse with unintelligible words. Men, observing certain qualities always joined and existing together, therein copied nature, and of ideas so united made their complex ones of substances. For though men may make what complex ideas they please, and give what names to them they will, yet if they will be understood when they speak of things really existing, they must in some degree conform their ideas to the things they would speak of, or else men's language will be like that of Babel, and every man's words, being intelligible only to himself, would no longer serve to conversation and the ordinary affairs of life. If the ideas they stand for be not some way answering the common appearances and agreement of substances as they really exist. 29. Our nominal essences of substances usually consist of a few obvious qualities observed in things. Secondly, though the mind of man, in making its complex ideas of substances, never puts any together that do not really, or are not supposed to, coexist, and so it truly borrows that union from nature, yet the number it combines depends upon the various care, industry, or fancy of him that makes it. Men generally content themselves with some few sensible obvious qualities, and often, if not always, leave out others as material and as firmly united as those that they take. Of sensible substances there are two sorts: one of organized bodies, which are propagated by seed, and in these the shape is that which to us is the leading quality and most characteristical part that determines the species. And therefore in vegetables and animals an extended solid substance of such a figure usually serves the turn. For however some men seem to prize their definition of animal rationale, yet should there a creature be found that had language and reason, but partaked not of the usual shape of a man, I believe it would hardly pass for a man, how much soever it were animal rationale. And if Balaam's ass had all his life discoursed as rationally as he did once with his master, I doubt yet whether any one would have thought him worthy the name man, or allowed him to be of the same species with himself. As in vegetables and animals it is the shape, so in most other bodies not propagated by seed, it is the color we most fix on, and are most led by. Thus, where we find the color gold, we are apt to imagine all the other qualities comprehended in our complex idea to be there also, and we commonly take these two obvious qualities, viz., shape and color, for so presumptive ideas of several species, that in a good picture we readily say, this is a lion, and that a rose, this is a gold, and that a silver goblet, only by the different figures and colors represented to the eye by the pencil. 30. Yet imperfect as they thus are, they serve for common converse. But though this serves well enough for gross and confused conceptions and inaccurate ways of talking and thinking, yet men are far enough from having agreed on the precise number of simple ideas or qualities belonging to any sort of things signified by its names. Nor is it a wonder, since it requires much time, pains, and skill, strict inquiry, and long examination to find out what and how many those simple ideas are, which are constantly and inseparably united in nature, and are always to be found together in the same subject. Most men, wanting either time, inclination, or industry enough for this, even to some tolerable degree, content themselves with some few obvious and outward appearances of things, thereby readily to distinguish and sort them for the common affairs of life, and so, without further examination, give them names, or take up the names already in use, which, though in common conversation they pass well enough for the signs of some few obvious qualities coexisting, are yet far enough from comprehending in a settled signification a precise number of simple ideas, much less all those which are united in nature. He that shall consider, after so much stir about genus and species, and such a deal of talk of specific differences, how few words we have yet settled definitions of, may with reason imagine that those forms which there have been so much noise made about are only chimeras, which give us no light into the specific natures of things. And he that shall consider how far the names of substances are from having significations wherein all who use them do agree, will have reason to conclude that, though the nominal essences of substances are all supposed to be copied from nature, yet they are all, or most of them, very imperfect. Since the composition of those complex ideas are in several men very different, and therefore that these boundaries of species are as men and not as nature makes them, if at least there are in nature any such prefixed bounds. It is true that many particular substances are so made by nature that they have agreement and likeness one with another, and so afford a foundation of being ranked into sorts. But the sorting of things by us, or the making of determinate species, being in order to naming and comprehending them under general terms, I cannot see how it can be properly said that nature sets the boundaries of the species of things, or if it be so, our boundaries of species are not exactly conformable to those in nature. For we, having need of general names for present use, stay not for a perfect discovery of all those qualities which would best show us their most material differences and agreements, but we ourselves divide them, by certain obvious appearances, into species, that we may the easier under general names communicate our thoughts about them. For having no other knowledge of any substance but of the simple ideas that are united in it, and observing several particular things to agree with others in several of those simple ideas, we make that collection our specific idea, and give it a general name. And observing several particular things to agree with others in name, that in recording our thoughts and in our discourse with others, we may in one short word designate all the individuals that agree in that complex idea, without enumerating the simple ideas that make it up, and so not waste our time and breath in tedious descriptions, which we see they are fain to do who would discourse of any new sort of things they have not yet a name for. 31. Essences of species under the same name very different in different minds. But however these species of substances pass well enough in ordinary conversation, it is plain that this complex idea wherein they observe several individuals to agree is by different men made very differently, by some more and others less accurately. In some, this complex idea contains a greater and in others a smaller number of qualities, and so is apparently such as the mind makes it. The yellow shining color makes gold to children, others add weight, malleableness, and fusibility, and others yet other qualities, which they find together with that yellow color as constantly as its weight and fusibility. For in all these and the like qualities, one has as good a right to be put into the complex idea of that substance wherein they are all joined as another. And therefore different men, leaving out or putting in several simple ideas which others do not, according to their various examination, scale, or observation of that subject, have different essences of gold, which must therefore be of their own, and not of nature's making. 32. The more general our ideas of substances are, the more incomplete and partial they are. If the number of simple ideas that make the nominal essence of the lowest species, or first sorting, of individuals, depends on the mind of man variously collecting them, it is much more evident that they do so in the more comprehensive classes, which by the masters of logic are called genera. These are complex ideas designedly imperfect, and it is visible at first sight that several of those qualities that are to be found in the things themselves are purposely left out of generical ideas. For as the mind, to make general ideas comprehending several particulars, leaves out those of time and place, and such other, that make them incommunicable to more than one individual, so to make other yet more general ideas, they may comprehend different sorts. It leaves out those qualities that distinguish them, and puts into its new collection only such ideas as are common to several sorts. The same convenience that made men express several parcels of yellow matter coming from Guinea and Peru under one name, sets them also upon making of one name that may comprehend both gold and silver, and some other bodies of different sorts. This is done by leaving out those qualities which are peculiar to each sort, and retaining a complex idea made up of those that are common to them all, to which the name metal being annexed, there is the genus constituted, the essence whereof being that abstract idea containing only malleableness and fusibility, with certain degrees of weight and fixedness, wherein some bodies of several kinds agree, leaves out the color and other qualities peculiar to gold and silver, and the other sorts comprehended under the name metal. Whereby it is plain that men follow not exactly the pattern set them by nature when they make their general ideas of substances, since there is no body to be found which has barely malleableness and fusibility in it, without other qualities as inseparable as those. But men, in making their general ideas, seeking more the convenience of language and quick dispatch by short and comprehensive signs, than the true and precise nature of things as they exist, have, in the framing their abstract ideas, chiefly pursued that end, which was to be furnished with store of general and variously comprehensive names. So that in this whole business of genera and species, the genus, or more comprehensive, is but a partial conception of what is in the species, and the species but a partial idea of what is to be found in each individual. If therefore any one will think that a man and a horse and an animal and a plant, etc., are distinguished by real essences made by nature, he must think nature to be very liberal of these real essences, making one for body, another for an animal, and another for a horse, and all these essences liberally bestowed upon Bucephalus. But if we would rightly consider what is done in all these genera and species or sorts, we should find that there is no new thing made, but only more or less comprehensive signs, whereby we may be enabled to express in a few syllables great numbers of particular things, as they agree in more or less general conceptions, which we have framed to that purpose. In all which we may observe that the more general term is always the name of a less complex idea, and that each genus is but a partial conception of the species comprehended under it. So that if these abstract general ideas be thought to be complete, it can only be in respect of a certain established relation between them and certain names which are made use of to signify them, and not in respect to anything existing as made by nature. 33. This all accommodated to the end of speech. This is adjusted to the true end of speech, which is to be the easiest and shortest way of communicating our notions. For thus he would discourse of things, as they agreed in the complex idea of extension and solidity, needed but use the word body to denote all such. He that to these would join others, signified by the words life, sense, and spontaneous motion, needed but use of the word animal to signify all which partaked of those ideas. And he that made a complex idea of a body with life, sense, and motion, with the faculty of reasoning and a certain shape joined to it, needed but use the short monosyllable man to express all particulars that correspond to that complex idea. This is the proper business of genus and species, and this men do without any consideration of real essences or substantial forms, which come not within the reach of our knowledge when we think of those things, nor within the signification of our words when we discourse with others. End of section 7. Section 8 of an Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 3 of Words, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 6 of Names of Substances, Part 3. 34. Instance of cassowaries. Were I to talk with any one of a sort of birds I lately saw in St. James's Park, about 3 or 4 feet high, with a covering of something between feathers and hair, of a dark brown color, without wings, but in the place thereof 2 or 3 little branches coming down like sprigs of Spanish broom, long great legs, with feet only of 3 claws, and without a tail, I must make this description of it, and so make others understand me. But when I am told that the name of it is Cassorus, I may then use that word to stand in discourse for all my complex idea mentioned in that description, though by that word, which is now become a specific name, I know no more of the real essence or constitution of that sort of animals than I did before, and knew probably as much of the nature of that species of birds before I learned the name as many Englishmen do of swans or herons, which are specific names very well known of sorts of birds common in England. 35. Men determine the sorts of substances which may be sorted variously. From what has been said, it is evident that men make sorts of things. For it being different essences alone that make different species, it is plain that they who make these abstract ideas, which are the nominal essences, do thereby make the species, or sort. Should there be a body found having all the other qualities of gold except malleableness, it would no doubt be made a question whether it were gold or not, i.e., whether it were of that species. This could be determined only by that abstract idea to which everyone annexed the name gold, so that it would be true gold to him and belong to that species who included not malleableness in his nominal essence, signified by the sound gold, and on the other side it would not be true gold, or of that species, to him who included malleableness in his specific idea. And who, I pray, is it that makes these diverse species, even under one and the same name, but men, that make two different abstract ideas, consisting not exactly of the same collection of qualities? Nor is it a mere supposition to imagine that a body may exist wherein the other obvious qualities of gold may be without malleableness, since it is certain that gold itself will be sometimes so eager, as artists call it, that it will as little endure the hammer as glass itself. What we have said of the putting in or leaving out of malleableness in the complex idea the name gold is by any one annexed to, may be said of its peculiar weight, fixedness, and several other the like qualities. For whatever is left out or put in is still the complex idea to which that name is annexed that makes the species. And as any particular parcel of matter answers that idea, so the name of the sort belongs truly to it, and it is of that species. And thus anything is true gold, perfect metal. All which determination of the species, it is plain, depends on the understanding of man making this or that complex idea. 36. Nature makes the similitudes of substances. This, then, in short, is the case. Nature makes many particular things, which do agree one with another in many sensible qualities, and probably too in their internal frame and constitution. But it is not this real essence that distinguishes them into species. It is men, who, taking occasion from the qualities they find united in them, and wherein they observe often several individuals to agree, range them into sorts, in order to their naming, for the convenience of comprehensive signs, under which individuals, according to their conformity to this or that abstract idea, come to be ranked as under ensigns, so that this is of the blue, that the red regiment, this is a man, that a drill, and in this, I think, consists the whole business of genus and species. 37. The manner of sorting particular beings the work of fallible men, though nature makes things alike. I do not deny but nature, in the constant production of particular beings, makes them not always new and various, but very much alike and of kin one to another. But I think it nevertheless true that the boundaries of the species whereby men sort them are made by men, since the essences of the species distinguished by different names are, as has been proved, of man's making, and seldom adequate to the internal nature of the things they are taken from, so that we may truly say such a manner of sorting things is the workmanship of men. 38. Each abstract idea, with a name to it, makes a nominal essence. One thing I doubt not, but will seem very strange in this doctrine, which is, that from what has been said it will follow that each abstract idea with a name to it makes a distinct species. But who can help it if truth will have it so? For so it must remain till somebody can show us the species of things limited and distinguished by something else, and let us see that general terms signify not our abstract ideas, but something different from them. I would fain know why a shock and a hound are not as distinct species as a spaniel and an elephant. We have no other idea of the different essence of an elephant and a spaniel than we have of the different essence of a shock and a hound. All the essential difference, whereby we know and distinguish them one from another, consisting only in the different collection of simple ideas to which we have given those different names. 39. How genera and species are related to naming. How much the making of species and genera is in order to general names, and how much general names are necessary, if not to the being, yet at least to the completing of a species and making it pass for such, will appear, besides what has been said above concerning ice and water, in a very familiar example. A silent and a striking watch are but one species to those who have but one name for them. But he that has the name watch for one, and clock for the other, and distinct complex ideas to which those names belong, to him they are different species. It will be said perhaps that the inward contrivance and constitution is different between the two, which the watchmaker has a clear idea of, and yet it is plain they are but one species to him when he has but one name for them. For what is sufficient in the inward contrivance to make a new species? There are some watches which are made with 4 wheels, others with 5. Is this a specific difference to the workman? Some have strings and physics, and others none. Some have the balance loose, and others regulated by a spiral spring, and others by hog's bristle. Are any or all of these enough to make a specific difference to the workman that knows each of these and several other different contrivances in the internal constitutions of watches? It is clear each of these hath a real difference from the rest, but whether it be an essential, a specific difference or no, relates only to the complex idea to which the name watch is given. As long as they all agree in the idea which the name stands for, and that name does not as a general name comprehend different species under it, they are not essentially, not specifically different. But if any one will make minute divisions from differences that he knows in the internal frame of watches, and to such precise complex ideas give names that shall prevail, they will then be new species to them who have those ideas with names to them, and can by those differences distinguish watches into these several sorts, and then watch will be a general name. But yet they would be no distinct species to men ignorant of clockwork and the inward contrivances of watches, who had no other idea but the outward shape and bulk, with the marking of the hours by the hand. For to them all those other names would be but synonymous terms for the same idea, and signify no more, nor no other thing but a watch. Just thus I think it is in natural things. Nobody will doubt that the wheels or springs, if I may so say, within, are different in a rational man and a changeling, no more than that there is a difference in the frame between a drill and a changeling. But whether one or both these differences be essential or specific is only to be known to us by their agreement or disagreement with the complex idea that the name man stands for. For by that alone can it be determined whether one or both or neither of those be a man. 40. Species of artificial things less confused than natural. From what has been said before, we may see the reason why in the species of artificial things there is generally less confusion and uncertainty than in natural. Because an artificial thing being a production of man, which the artificer designed, and therefore well knows the idea of, the name of it is supposed to stand for no other idea, nor to import any other essence than what is certainly to be known, and easy enough to be apprehended. For the idea or essence of the several sorts of artificial things, consisting for the most part in nothing but the determinate figure of sensible parts, and sometimes motion depending thereon, which the artificer fashions in matter, such as he finds for his turn. It is not beyond the reach of our faculties to attain a certain idea thereof, and so settle the signification of the names whereby the species of artificial things are distinguished, with less doubt, obscurity, and equivocation than we can in things natural, whose differences and operations depend upon contrivances beyond the reach of our discoveries. 41. Artificial things of distinct species. I must be excused here if I think artificial things are of distinct species as well as natural, since I find they are as plainly and orderly ranked into sorts by different abstract ideas, with general names annexed to them, as distinct one from another as those of natural substances. For why should we not think a watch and pistol as distinct species one from another as a horse and a dog, they being expressed in our minds by distinct ideas, and to others by distinct appellations? 42. Substances alone of all our several sorts of ideas have proper names. This is further to be observed concerning substances, that they alone of all our several sorts of ideas have particular or proper names, whereby one only particular thing is signified. Because in simple ideas, modes, and relations, it seldom happens that men have occasion to mention often this or that particular, when it is absent. Besides, the greatest part of mixed modes, being actions which perish in their birth, are not capable of a lasting duration, as substances which are the actors, and wherein the simple ideas that make up the complex ideas designed by the name have a lasting union. 43. Difficult to lead another by words into the thoughts of things stripped of those abstract ideas we give to them. I must beg pardon of my reader for having dwelt so long upon this subject, and perhaps with some obscurity, but I desire it may be considered how difficult it is to lead another by words into the thoughts of things, stripped of those specific differences we give them, which things if I name not, I say nothing, and if I do name them, I thereby rank them into some sort or other, and suggest to the mind the usual abstract idea of that species, and so cross my purpose. For to talk of a man, and to lay by at the same time the ordinary signification of the name man, which is our complex idea usually annexed to it, and bid the reader consider man as he is in himself, and as he is really distinguished from others in his internal constitution or real essence, that is, by something he knows not what, looks like trifling. And yet thus one must do, who would speak of the supposed real essences and species of things, as thought to be made by nature, if it be but only to make it understood that there is no such thing signified by the general names which substances are called by. But because it is difficult by known familiar names to do this, give me leave to endeavor by an example to make the different consideration the mind has of specific names and ideas a little more clear, and to show how the complex ideas of modes are referred sometimes to archetypes in the minds of other intelligent beings, or, which is the same, to the signification annexed by others to their received names, and sometimes to no archetypes at all. Give me leave also to show how the mind always refers its ideas to substances, either to the substances themselves or to the signification of their names, as to the archetypes, and also to make plain the nature of species or sorting of things, as apprehended and made use of by us, and of the essences belonging to those species, which is perhaps of more moment to discover the extent and certainty of our knowledge than we at first imagine. 44. Instances of mixed modes, names Kenia and Neoph. Let us suppose Adam in the state of a grown man, with a good understanding, but in a strange country, with all things new and unknown about him, and no other faculties to attain the knowledge of them but what one of this age has now. He observes Lamech more melancholy than usual, and imagines it to be from a suspicion he has of his wife Ada, whom he most ardently loved, that she had too much kindness for another man. Adam discourses these his thoughts to Eve, and desires her to take care that Ada commit not folly. And in these discourses with Eve he makes use of these two new words, Kenia and Neoph. In time Adam's mistake appears, for he finds Lamech's trouble proceeded from having killed a man. But yet the two names Kenia and Neoph, the one standing for suspicion in a husband of his wife's disloyalty to him, and the other for the act of committing disloyalty, lost not their distinct significations. It is plain, then, that here were two distinct complex ideas of mixed modes, with names to them, two distinct species of actions, essentially different. I ask wherein consisted the essence of these two distinct species of actions. And it is plain it consisted in a precise combination of simple ideas, different in one from the other. I ask whether the complex idea in Adam's mind, which he called Kenia, were adequate or not. And it is plain it was, for it being a combination of simple ideas, which he, without any regard to any archetype, without respect to anything as a pattern, voluntarily put together, abstracted, and gave the name Kenia to express in short to others, by that one sound, all the simple ideas contained and united in that complex one. It must necessarily follow that it was an adequate idea. His own choice having made that combination, it had all in it he intended it should, and so could not but be perfect, could not but be adequate, it being referred to no other archetype which it was supposed to represent. 45. These words Kenia and Neoph by degree grew into common use, and then the case was somewhat altered. Adam's children had the same faculties, and thereby the same power that he had, to make what complex ideas of mixed modes they pleased in their own minds, to abstract them, and make what sounds they pleased, the signs of them. But the use of names being to make those ideas within us known to others, that cannot be done, but when the same sign stands for the same idea in two who would communicate their thoughts and discourse together. Those therefore of Adam's children that found these two words, Kenia and Neoph, in familiar use, could not take them for insignificant sounds, but must needs conclude they stood for something, for certain ideas, abstract ideas, they being general names, which abstract ideas were the essences of the species distinguished by those names. If therefore they would use these words as names of species already established and agreed on, they were obliged to conform the ideas in their minds signified by these names to ideas that they stood for in other men's minds, as to their patterns and archetypes. And then indeed their ideas of these complex modes were liable to be inadequate, as being very apt, especially those that consisted of combinations of many simple ideas, not to be exactly conformable to the ideas in other men's minds, using the same names, though for this there be usually a remedy at hand, which is to ask the meaning of any word we understand not of him that uses it, it being as impossible to know certainly what the words jealousy and adultery, which I think answer untranslated Hebrew word and untranslated Hebrew word, stand for in another man's mind, with whom I would discourse about them, as it was impossible in the beginning of language to know what Kenia and Neoph stood for in another man's mind, without explication, they being voluntary signs in every one. 46. Instances of a species of substance named Zahab. Let us now also consider, after the same manner, the names of substances in their first application. One of Adam's children, roving on the mountains, lights on a glistening substance which pleases his eye. Home he carries it to Adam, who, upon consideration of it, finds it to be hard, to have a bright yellow color, and an exceedingly great weight. These perhaps at first are all the qualities he takes notice of in it, and abstracting this complex idea, consisting of a substance having that particular bright yellowness, and a weight very great in proportion to its bulk, he gives the name Zahab to denominate and mark all substances that have these sensible qualities in them. It is evident now that in this case Adam acts quite differently from what he did before, in forming those ideas of mixed modes to which he gave the names Kenia and Neoph. For there he put ideas together only by his own imagination, not taken from the existence of anything, and to them he gave names to denominate all things that should happen to agree to those his abstract ideas, without considering whether any such thing did exist or not. The standard there was of his own making, but in the forming his idea of this new substance, he takes the quite contrary course. Here he has a standard made by nature, and therefore, being to represent that to himself by the idea he has of it, even when it is absent, he puts in no simple idea into his complex one, but what he has the perception of from the thing itself. He takes care that his idea be conformable to this archetype, and intends the name should stand for an idea so conformable. 47. This piece of matter, thus denominated Zahab by Adam, being quite different from any he had seen before, nobody, I think, will deny to be a distinct species, and to have a peculiar essence, and that the name Zahab is the mark of the species, and a name belonging to all things partaking in that essence. But here it is plain, the essence Adam made the name Zahab stand for was nothing but a body hard, shining, yellow, and very heavy. But the inquisitive mind of man, not content with the knowledge of these, as I may say, superficial qualities, puts Adam upon further examination of this matter. He therefore knocks and beats it with flints, to see what was discoverable in the inside. He finds it yield to blows, but not easily separated into pieces. He finds it will bend without breaking. Is not now ductility to be added to his former idea, and made part of the essence of the species that name Zahab stands for? Further trials discover fusibility and fixedness. Are not they also, by the same reason that any of the others were, to be put into the complex idea signified by the name Zahab? If not, what reason will there be shown more for the one than the other? If these must, then all the other properties, which any further trials shall discover in this matter, ought by the same reason to make a part of the ingredients of the complex idea which the name Zahab stands for, and so be the essence of the species marked by that name; which properties, because they are endless, it is plain that the idea made after this fashion by this archetype will be always inadequate. 48. The abstract ideas of substances always imperfect, and therefore various. But this is not all. It would also follow that the names of substances would not only have, as in truth they have, but would also be supposed to have different significations, as used by different men, which would very much cumber the use of language. For if every distinct quality that were discovered in any matter by any one were supposed to make a necessary part of the complex idea signified by the common name given to it, it must follow that men must suppose the same word to signify different things in different men, since they cannot doubt but different men may have discovered several qualities in substances of the same denomination, which others know nothing of. 49. Therefore to fix the nominal species real essence supposed. To avoid this, therefore, they have supposed a real essence belonging to every species, from which these properties all flow, and would have their name of the species stand for that. But they, not having any idea of that real essence in substances, and their words signifying nothing but the ideas they have, that which is done by this attempt is only to put the name or sound in the place and stead of the thing having that real essence, without knowing what the real essence is. And this is that which men do when they speak of species of things, as supposing them made by nature, and distinguished by real essences. 50. Which supposition is of no use. For let us consider, when we affirm that all gold is fixed, either it means that fixedness is a part of the definition, i.e., part of the nominal essence the word gold stands for, and so this affirmation, all gold is fixed, contains nothing but the signification of the term gold; or else it means that fixedness, not being a part of the definition of the gold, is a property of that substance itself, in which case it is plain that the word gold stands in the place of the substance, having the real essence of a species of things made by nature, in which way of substitution it has so confused and uncertain a signification, that though this proposition, gold is fixed, be in that sense an affirmation of something real, yet it is a truth will always fail us in its particular application, and so is of no real use or certainty. For let it be ever so true that all gold, i.e., all that has the real essence of gold, is fixed, what serves this for, whilst we know not, in what sense, what is or is not gold? For if we know not the real essence of gold, it is impossible we should know what parcel of matter has that essence, and so whether it be true gold or no. 51. Conclusion. To conclude, what liberty Adam had at first to make any complex idea of mixed modes by no other pattern but by his own thoughts, the same have all men ever since had. And the same necessity of conforming his ideas of substances to things without him, as to archetypes made by nature, that Adam was under, if he would not wilfully impose upon himself, the same are all men ever since under too. The same liberty also that Adam had of affixing any new name to any idea, the same has any one still, especially the beginners of languages, if we can imagine any such. but only with this difference, that in places where men in society have already established a language amongst them, the significations of words are very warily and sparingly to be altered, because men, being furnished already with names for their ideas, and common use having appropriated known names to certain ideas, an affected misapplication of them cannot but be very ridiculous. He that hath new notions will perhaps venture sometimes on the coining of new terms to express them, but men think it a boldness, and it is uncertain whether common use will ever make them pass for current. But in communication with others it is necessary that we conform the ideas we make the vulgar words of any language stand for to their known proper significations, which I have explained at large already, or else to make known that new signification we apply to them. End of section 8.
Section 9 of an Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 3 of Words, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christopher Boswell. Chapter 7 of Particles. 1. Particles connect parts or whole sentences together. Besides words, which are names of ideas in the mind, there are a great many others that are made use of to signify the connection that the mind gives to ideas or to propositions one with another. The mind, in communicating its thoughts to others, does not only need signs of the ideas it has then before it, but others also, to show or intimate some particular action of its own, at that time, relating to those ideas. This it does several ways, as is and is not are the general marks of the mind, affirming or denying. But besides affirmation or negation, without which there is in words no truth or falsehood, the mind does, in declaring its sentiments to others, connect not only the parts of propositions, but whole sentences one to another, with their several relations and dependencies, to make a coherent discourse. 2. In right use of particles consists the art of well speaking. The words whereby it signifies what connection it gives to the several affirmations and negations that it unites in one continued reasoning or narration are generally called particles. And it is in the right use of these that more particularly consists the clearness and beauty of a good style. To think well, it is not enough that a man has ideas clear and distinct in his thoughts, nor that he observes the agreement or disagreement of some of them, but he must think in train, and observe the dependence of his thoughts and reasonings upon one another. And to express well such methodical and rational thoughts, he must have words to show what connection, restriction, distinction, opposition, emphasis, etc., he gives to each respective part of his discourse. To mistake in any of these is to puzzle instead of informing his hearer. And therefore it is that those words which are not truly by themselves the names of any ideas are of such consistent and indispensable use in language, and do much contribute to men's well expressing themselves. 3. They say what relation the mind gives to its own thoughts. This part of grammar has been perhaps as much neglected as some others over diligently cultivated. It is easy for men to write, one after another, of cases and genders, moods and tenses, gerunds and supines. In these and the like there has been great diligence used, and particles themselves in some languages have been, with great show of exactness, ranked into their several orders. But though prepositions and conjunctions, etc., are names well known in grammar, and the particles contained under them carefully ranked into their distinct subdivisions. Yet he who would show the right use of particles and what significancy and force they have must take a little more pains, enter into his own thoughts, and observe nicely the several postures of his mind in discoursing. For they are all marks of some action or intimation of the mind. Neither is it enough for the explaining of these words to render them, as is usual in dictionaries, by words of another tongue which come nearest to their signification. For what is meant by them is commonly as hard to be understood in one as another language. They are all marks of some action or intimation of the mind, and therefore to understand them rightly, the several views, postures, stands, turns, limitations and exceptions, and several other thoughts of the mind, for which we have either none or very deficient names, are diligently to be studied. Of these is a great variety, much exceeding the number of particles that most languages have to express them by, and therefore it is not to be wondered that most of these particles have divers, and sometimes almost opposite significations. In the Hebrew tongue there is a particle consisting of but one single letter, of which there are reckoned up, as I remember, 70, I am sure above 50, several significations. 5. Instance in but. But is a particle, none more familiar in our language, and he that says it's a discretive conjunction and that it answers to said Latin or mais in French thinks he has sufficiently explained it. But yet it seems to me to intimate several relations the mind gives to the several propositions or parts of them which it joins by this monosyllable. First, but to say no more. Here it intimates a stop of the mind in the course it was going, before it came quite to the end of it. Secondly, I saw but two plants. Here it shows the mind limits the sense to what is expressed, with a negation of all other. Thirdly, you pray, but it is not that God would bring you to the true religion. Fourthly, but that he would confirm you in your own. The first of these buts intimates a supposition in the mind of something otherwise than it should be. The latter shows that the mind makes a direct opposition between that and what goes before it. Fifthly, all animals have sense, but a dog is an animal. Here it signifies little more but that the latter proposition is joined to the former as the minor of a syllogism. 6. This matter of the use of particles but lightly touched here. To these, I doubt not, might be added a great many other significations of this particle, if it were my business to examine it in its full latitude, and consider it in all the places it is to be found, which if one should do, I doubt whether in all those manners it is made use of. It would deserve the title of discretive, which grammarians give to it. But I intend not here a full explication of this sort of signs. The instances I have given in this one may give occasion to reflect on their use and force in language, and lead us into the contemplation of several actions of our minds in discoursing, which it has found a way to intimate to others by these particles, some whereof consistently, and others in certain constructions, have the sense of a whole sentence contained in them. End of Section 9. Recording by Christopher Boswell.
Section 10 of an Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 3 of Words, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 8 of Abstract and Concrete Terms. 1. abstract terms predicated one on another, and why? The ordinary words of language and our common use of them would have given us light into the nature of our ideas if they had been but considered with attention. The mind, as has been shown, has a power to abstract its ideas, and so they become essences, general essences, whereby the sorts of things are distinguished. Now each abstract idea being distinct, so that of any two the one can never be the other, the mind will by its intuitive knowledge perceive their difference, and therefore in propositions no two whole ideas can ever be affirmed one of another. This we see in the common use of language, which permits not any two abstract words or names of abstract ideas to be affirmed one of another. For how near the kin soever they may seem to be, and how certain soever it is that man is an animal, or rational, or white, yet every one at first hearing perceives the falsehood of these propositions. Humanity is animality, or rationality, or whiteness, and this is as evident as any of the most allowed maxims. All our affirmations, then, are only in concrete, which is the affirming not one abstract idea to be another, but one abstract idea to be joined to another, which abstract ideas in substances may be of any sort. In all the rest are little else but of relations, and in substances the most frequent are of powers, namely, a man is white, signifies that the thing that has the essence of a man has also in it the essence of whiteness, which is nothing but a power to produce the idea of whiteness in one whose eyes can discover ordinary objects. Or, a man is rational, signifies that the same thing that hath the essence of a man hath also in it the essence of rationality, that is, a power of reasoning. 2. They show the difference of our ideas. This distinction of names shows us also the difference of our ideas. For if we observe them, we find that our simple ideas have all abstract as well as concrete names, the one whereof is, to speak the language of grammarians, a substantive, the other an adjective, as whiteness, white, sweetness, sweet. The like also holds in our ideas of modes and relations, as justice, just, equality, equal, only with this difference, that some of the concrete names of relations amongst men chiefly are substantives, as paternitas, pater, whereof it were easy to render a reason. But as to our ideas of substances, we have very few or no abstract names at all. For though the schools have introduced animalitas, humanitas, corporeatus, and some others, yet they hold no proportion with that infinite number of names of substances, to which they never were ridiculous enough to attempt the coining of abstract ones. And those few that the schools forged and put into the mouths of their scholars could never yet get admittance into common use, or obtain the license of public approbation, which seems to me at least to intimate the confession of all mankind, that they have no ideas of the real essences of substances, since they have not names for such ideas, which no doubt they would have had not their consciousness to themselves of their ignorance of them kept them from so idle an attempt. And therefore, though they have had ideas enough to distinguish gold from a stone and metal from wood, yet they but timorously ventured on such terms as aureatus and saxietus, metalliatus and lignitus, or the like names, which should pretend to signify the real essence of those substances whereof they knew they had no ideas. And indeed it was only the doctrine of substantial forms, and the confidence of mistaken pretenders to a knowledge that they had not, which first coined and then introduced Animalitas and Humanitas and the like, which yet went very little further than their own schools, and could never get to be current amongst understanding men. Indeed, Humanitas was a word in familiar use among the Romans, but in a far different sense, and stood not for the abstract essence of any substance, but was the abstracted name of a mode, and its concrete humanus, not homo. End of section 10.
Section 11 of An Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 3, of Words, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 9 of the Imperfection of Words. 1. Words are used for recording and communicating our thoughts. From what has been said in the foregoing chapters, it is easy to perceive what imperfection there is in language, and how the very nature of words makes it almost unavoidable for many of them to be doubtful and uncertain in their significations. To examine the perfection or imperfection of words, it is necessary first to consider their use and end. For as they are more or less fitted to attain that, so they are more or less perfect. We have, in the former part of this discourse, often, upon occasion, mentioned a double use of words. First, one for the recording of our own thoughts. Secondly, the other for the communicating of our thoughts to others. 2. Any words will serve for recording. As to the first of these, for the recording our own thoughts for the help of our own memories, whereby, as it were, we talk to ourselves, any words will serve the turn. For since sounds are voluntary and indifferent signs of any ideas, a man may use what words he pleases to signify his own ideas to himself, and there will be no imperfection in them if he constantly use the same sign for the same idea. For then he cannot fail of having his meaning understood, wherein consists the right use and perfection of language. 3. Communication by words either for civil or philosophical purposes. Secondly, as to communication by words, that too has a double use. 1. Civil. 2. Philosophical. First, by their civil use, I mean such a communication of thoughts and ideas by words as may serve for the upholding common conversation and commerce, about the ordinary affairs and conveniences of civil life in the societies of men, one amongst another. Secondly, by the philosophical use of words, I mean such a use of them as may serve to convey the precise notions of things, and to express in general propositions certain and undoubted truths, which the mind may rest upon and be satisfied with in its search after true knowledge. These two uses are very distinct, and a great deal less exactness will serve in the one than in the other, as we shall see in what follows. 4. The imperfection of words is the doubtfulness or ambiguity of their signification, which is caused by the sort of ideas they stand for. The chief end of language in communication being to be understood, words serve not well for that end, neither in civil nor philosophical discourse, when any word does not excite in the hearer the same idea which it stands for in the mind of the speaker. Now, since sounds have no natural connection with our ideas, but have all their signification from the arbitrary imposition of men, the doubtfulness and uncertainty of their signification, which is the imperfection we here are speaking of, has its cause more in the ideas they stand for than in any incapacity there is in one sound more than in another to signify any idea. For in that regard they are all equally perfect. That then which makes doubtfulness and uncertainty in the signification of some more than other words is the difference of ideas they stand for. 5. Natural causes of their imperfection, especially in those that stand for mixed modes and for our ideas of substances. Words having naturally no signification, the idea which each stands for must be learned and retained by those who would exchange thoughts and hold intelligible discourse with others in any language. But this is the hardest to be done where, first, the ideas they stand for are very complex and made up of a great number of ideas put together. Secondly, where the ideas they stand for have no certain connection in nature, and so no settled standard anywhere in nature existing to rectify and adjust them by. Thirdly, when the signification of the word is referred to a standard, which standard is not easy to be known. Fourthly, where the signification of the word and the real essence of the thing are not exactly the same. These are difficulties that attend the signification of several words that are intelligible. Those which are not intelligible at all, such as names standing for any simple ideas which another has not organs or faculties to attain, as the names of colors to a blind man, or sounds to a deaf man, need not here be mentioned. In all these cases we shall find an imperfection in words, which I shall more at large explain in their particular application to our several sorts of ideas. For if we examine them, we shall find that the names of mixed modes are most liable to doubtfulness and imperfection, for the two first of these reasons, and the names of substances chiefly for the two latter. 6. The names of mixed modes doubtful. First, the names of mixed modes are, many of them, liable to great uncertainty and obscurity in their signification. 1. Because the ideas they stand for are so complex. Because of that great composition these complex ideas are often made up of. To make words serviceable to the end of communication, it is necessary, as has been said, that they excite in the hearer exactly the same idea they stand for in the mind of the speaker. Without this, men fill one another's heads with noise and sounds, but convey not thereby their thoughts, and lay not before one another their ideas, which is the end of discourse and language. But when a word stands for a very complex idea that is compounded and decompounded, it is not easy for men to form and retain that idea so exactly as to make the name in common use stand for the same precise idea without any the least variation. Hence it comes to pass that men's names of very compound ideas, such as for the most part are moral words, have seldom in two different men the same precise signification, since one man's complex idea seldom agrees with another's, and often differs from his own, from that which he had yesterday or will have tomorrow. 7. Secondly, because they have no standards in nature. Because the names of mixed modes for the most part want standards in nature, whereby men may rectify and adjust their significations. Therefore they are very various and doubtful. They are assemblages of ideas put together at the pleasure of the mind, pursuing its own ends of discourse, and suited to its own notions, whereby it designs not to copy anything really existing, but to denominate and rank things as they come to agree with those archetypes or forms it has made. He that first brought the word sham, or wheedle, or banter in use, put together as he thought fit those ideas he made it stand for. And as it is with any new names of modes that are now brought into any language, so it was with the old ones when they were first made use of. Names, therefore, that stand for collections of ideas which the mind makes at pleasure must needs be of doubtful signification, when such collections are nowhere to be found constantly united in nature, nor any patterns to be shown whereby men may adjust them. What the word murder or sacrilege, etc., signifies can never be known from things themselves. There be many of the parts of those complex ideas which are not visible in the action itself. The intention of the mind, or the relation of holy things, which make a part of murder or sacrilege, have no necessary connection with the outward and visible action of him that commits either. And the pulling the trigger of the gun with which the murder is committed, and is all the action that perhaps is visible, has no natural connection with those other ideas that make up the complex one named murder. They have their union and combination only from the understanding which unites them under one name. But uniting them without any rule or pattern, it cannot be but that the signification of the name that stands for such voluntary collections should be often various in the minds of different men, who have scarce any standing rule to regulate themselves and their notions by in such arbitrary ideas. 8. Common use or propriety not a sufficient remedy. It is true, common use, that is, the rule of propriety, may be supposed here to afford some aid, to settle the signification of language. And it cannot be denied but that in some measure it does. Common use regulates the meaning of words pretty well for common conversation, but nobody having an authority to establish the precise signification of words, nor determine to what ideas any one shall annex them, common use is not sufficient to adjust them to philosophical discourses. There being scarce any name of any very complex idea, to say nothing of others, which in common use has not a great latitude, and which, keeping within the bounds of propriety, may not be made the sign of far different ideas. Besides, the rule and measure of propriety itself being nowhere established, it is often matter of dispute, whether this or that way of using a word be propriety of speech or no, From all which it is evident that the names of such kind of very complex ideas are naturally liable to this imperfection, to be of doubtful and uncertain signification. And even in men that have a mind to understand one another, do not always stand for the same idea in speaker and hearer. Though the names glory and gratitude be the same in every man's mouth through a whole country, yet the complex collective idea which everyone thinks on or intends by that name is apparently very different in men using the same language. 9. The way of learning these names contributes also to their doubtfulness. The way also wherein the names of mixed modes are ordinarily learned does not a little contribute to the doubtfulness of their signification. For if we will observe how children learn languages, we shall find that, to make them understand what the names of simple ideas or substances stand for, people ordinarily show them the thing whereof they would have them have the idea, and then repeat to them the name that stands for it, as white, sweet, milk, sugar, cat, dog. But as for mixed modes, especially the most material of them, moral words, the sounds are usually learned first, and then, to know what complex ideas they stand for, they are either beholden to the explication of others, or, which happens for the most part, are left to their own observation and industry, which being little laid out in the search of the true and precise meaning of names, these moral words are in most men's mouths little more than bare sounds, or when they have any, it is for the most part but a very loose and undetermined, and consequently obscure and confused signification. And even those themselves who have with more attention settled their notions, do yet hardly avoid the inconvenience to have them stand for complex ideas different from those which other, even intelligent and studious men, make them the signs of. Where shall one find any, either controversial debate or familiar discourse, concerning honor, faith, grace, religion, church, etc., wherein it is not easy to observe the different notions men have of them, which is nothing but this, that they are not agreed in the signification of those words, nor have in their minds the same complex ideas which they make them stand for, and so all the contests that follow thereupon are only about the meaning of a sound. And hence we see that, in the interpretation of laws, whether divine or human, there is no end. Comments beget comments, and explications make new matter for explications, and of limiting, distinguishing, varying the signification of these moral words there is no end. These ideas of men's making are, by men still having the same power, multiplied in infinitum. Many a man who was pretty well satisfied of the meaning of a text of Scripture or clause in the code at first reading has, by consulting commentators, quite lost the sense of it, and by these elucidations given rise or increase to his doubts, and drawn obscurity upon the place. I say not this that I think commentaries needless, but to show how uncertain the names of mixed modes naturally are, even in the mouths of those who had both the intention and the faculty of speaking as clearly as language was capable to express their thoughts. 10. hence unavoidable obscurity in ancient authors. What obscurity this has unavoidably brought upon the writings of men who have lived in remote ages and different countries, it will be needless to take notice, since the numerous volumes of learned men employing their thoughts that way are proofs more than enough to show what attention, study, sagacity, and reasoning are required to find out the true meaning of ancient authors. But there being no writings we have any great concernment to be very solicitous about the meaning of, but those that contain either truths we are required to believe or laws we are to obey, and draw inconveniences on us when we mistake or transgress, we may be less anxious about the sense of other authors, who, writing but their own opinions, we are under no greater necessity to know them than they to know ours. Our good or evil depending not on their decrees, we may safely be ignorant of their notions, and therefore in the reading of them, if they do not use their words with a due clearness and perspicuity, we may lay them aside, and without any injury done them, resolve thus with ourselves: Si non vis intelligii, debes negligii. 11. Names of substances of doubtful signification, because the ideas they stand for relate to the reality of things. If the signification of the names of mixed modes be uncertain, because there be no real standards existing in nature to which those ideas are referred, and by which they may be adjusted, the names of substances are of a doubtful signification for a contrary reason, namely, because the ideas they stand for are supposed conformable to the reality of things, and are referred to as standards made by nature. In our ideas of substances, we have not the liberty, as in mixed modes, to frame what combinations we think fit to be the characteristical notes to rank and denominate things by. In these we must follow nature, suit our complex ideas to real existences, and regulate the signification of their names by the things themselves, if we will have our names to be signs of them and stand for them. Here, it is true, we have patterns to follow, but patterns that will make the signification of their names very uncertain. For names must be of a very unsteady and various meaning, if the ideas they stand for be referred to standards without us, that either cannot be known at all, or can be known but imperfectly and uncertainly. 12. Names of substances referred 1. To real essences that cannot be known. The names of substances have, as has been shown, a double reference in their ordinary use. First, sometimes they are made to stand for, and so their signification is supposed to agree to, the real constitution of things, from which all their properties flow, and in which they all center. But this real constitution, or, as it is apt to be called, essence, being utterly unknown to us, any sound that is put to stand for it must be very uncertain in its application, and it will be impossible to know what things are or ought to be called a horse or antimony, when those words are put for real essences that we have no ideas of at all. And therefore, in this supposition, the names of substances being referred to standards that cannot be known, their significations can never be adjusted and established by those standards. 13. Secondly, to coexisting qualities which are known but imperfectly. Secondly, the simple ideas that are found to coexist in substances, being that which their names immediately signify, these, as united in the several sorts of things, are the proper standards to which their names are referred, and by which their significations may be best rectified. But neither will these archetypes so well serve to this purpose as to leave these names without very various and uncertain significations. Because these simple ideas that coexist and are united in the same subject, being very numerous and having all an equal right to go into the complex specific idea which the specific name is to stand for, men, though they propose to themselves the very same subject to consider, yet frame very different ideas about it. And so the name they use for it unavoidably comes to have, in several men, very different significations. The simple qualities which make up the complex ideas, being most of them powers, in relation to changes which they are apt to make in or receive from other bodies, are almost infinite. He that shall but observe what a great variety of alterations any one of the baser metals is apt to receive from the different application only of fire, and how much a greater number of changes any of them will receive in the hands of a chemist, by the application of other bodies, will not think it strange that I count the properties of any sort of bodies not easy to be collected, and completely known by the ways of inquiry which our faculties are capable of. They being therefore at least so many that no man can know the precise and definite number, they are differently discovered by different men according to their various skill, attention, and ways of handling, who therefore cannot choose but have different ideas of the same substance, and therefore make the signification of its common name very various and uncertain. For the complex ideas of substances, being made up of such simple ones as are supposed to coexist in nature, everyone has a right to put into his complex idea those qualities he has found to be united together. For though in the substance of gold one satisfies himself with color and weight, yet another thinks solubility in aqua regia as necessary to be joined with that color in his idea of gold, as anyone does its fusibility, solubility in aqua regia being a quality as constantly joined with its color and weight as fusibility or any other. Others put into it ductility or fixedness, etc., as they have been taught by tradition or experience. Who of all these has established the right signification of the word gold? Or who shall be the judge to determine? Each has his standard in nature, which he appeals to, and with reason thinks he has the same right to put into his complex idea, signified by the word gold, those qualities which, upon trial, he has found united, as another who has not so well examined has to leave them out, or a third who has made other trials has to put in others. For the union in nature of these qualities being the true ground of their union in one complex idea, Who can say one of them has more reason to be put in or left out than another? From hence it will unavoidably follow that the complex ideas of substances in men using the same names for them will be very various, and so the significations of those names very uncertain. 14. Thirdly, to coexisting qualities which are known but imperfectly. Besides, there is scarce any particular thing existing which, in some of its simple ideas, does not communicate with a greater, and in others a less number of particular beings. Who shall determine in this case which are those that are to make up the precise collection that is to be signified by the specific name? Or can, with any just authority, prescribe which obvious or common qualities are to be left out, or which more secret or more particular are to be put into the signification of the name of any substance, all which together seldom or never fail to produce that various and doubtful signification in the names of substances which causes such uncertainty, disputes, or mistakes when we come to a philosophical use of them. 15. With this imperfection they may serve for civil, but not well for philosophical use. It is true, as to civil and common conversation, the general names of substances, regulated in their ordinary signification by some obvious qualities, as by the shape and figure in things of known seminal propagation, and in other substances, for the most part by color, joined with some other sensible qualities, do well enough to design the things men would be understood to speak of. And so they usually conceive well enough the substances meant by the word gold or apple to distinguish the one from the other. But in philosophical inquiries and debates, where general truths are to be established, and consequences drawn from positions laid down, there the precise signification of the names of substances will be found not only not to be well established, but also very hard to be so. For example, he that shall make malleability or a certain degree of fixedness a part of his complex idea of gold may make propositions concerning gold and draw consequences from them that will truly and clearly follow from gold taken in such a signification. But yet such as another man can never be forced to admit, nor be convinced of their truth, who makes not malleableness or the same degree of fixedness part of that complex idea that the name gold, in his use of it, stands for. 16. Instance, liquor. This is a natural and almost unavoidable imperfection in almost all the names of substances, in all languages whatsoever, which men will easily find when, once passing from confused or loose notions, they come to more strict and close inquiries. For then they will be convinced how doubtful and obscure those words are in their signification, which in ordinary use appeared very clear and determined. I was once in a meeting of very learned and ingenious physicians, where by chance there arose a question whether any liquor passed through the filaments of the nerves. The debate having been managed a good while, by variety of arguments on both sides, I, who had been used to suspect that the greatest part of disputes were more about the signification of words than a real difference in the conception of things, desired that, before they went any further on in this dispute, they would first examine and establish amongst them what the word liquor signified. They at first were a little surprised at the proposal, and had they been persons less ingenious, they might perhaps have taken it for a very frivolous or extravagant one, since there was no one there that thought not himself to understand very perfectly what the word liquor stood for, which I think too none of the most perplexed names of substances. However, they were pleased to comply with my motion, and upon examination found that the signification of that word was not so settled or certain as they had all imagined, but that each of them made it a sign of a different complex idea. This made them perceive that the main of their dispute was about the signification of that term, and that they differed very little in their opinions concerning some fluid and subtle matter passing through the conduits of the nerves, though it was not so easy to agree whether it was to be called liquor or no, a thing which, when considered, they thought it not worth the contending about. 17. Instance gold. How much this is the case in the greatest part of disputes that men are engaged so hotly in, I shall perhaps have an occasion in another place to take notice. Let us only here consider a little more exactly the forementioned instance of the word gold, and we shall see how hard it is precisely to determine its signification. I think all agree to make it stand for a body of a certain yellow shining color, which being the idea to which children have annexed that name, the shining yellow part of a peacock's tail is properly to them gold. Others, finding fusibility joined with that yellow color in certain parcels of matter, make of that combination a complex idea to which they give the name gold, to denote a sort of substances, and so exclude from being gold all such yellow shining bodies as by fire will be reduced to ashes, and admit to be of that species, or to be comprehended under that name gold, only such substances as having that shining yellow color will by fire be reduced to fusion and not to ashes. Another, by the same reason, adds the weight, which, being a quality as straightly joined with that color as its fusibility, he thinks has the same reason to be joined in its idea, and to be signified by its name, and therefore the other made up of body of such a color and fusibility to be imperfect, and so on of all the rest, wherein no one can show a reason why some of the inseparable qualities that are always united in nature should be put into the nominal essence and others left out, or why the word gold, signifying that sort of body the ring on his finger is made of, should determine that sort rather by its color, weight, and fusibility than by its color, weight, and solubility in aqua regia, since the dissolving it by that liquor is as inseparable from it as the fusion by fire, and they are both of them nothing but the relation which that substance has to two other bodies, which have a power to operate differently upon it. For by what right is it that fusibility comes to be a part of the essence signified by the word gold, and solubility but a property of it? Or why is its color part of the essence, and its malleableness but a property? That which I mean is this: that these being all but properties, depending on its real constitution, and nothing but powers, either active or passive, in reference to other bodies, no one has authority to determine the signification of the word gold as referred to such a body existing in nature, more to one collection of ideas to be found in that body than to another, whereby the signification of that name must unavoidably be very uncertain, since, as has been said, several people observe several properties in the same substance, and I think I may say nobody all, and therefore we have but very imperfect descriptions of things, and words have very uncertain significations. 18. The names of simple ideas the least doubtful. From what has been said, it is easy to observe what has been before remarked, namely, that the names of simple ideas are, of all others, the least liable to mistakes, and that for these reasons. First, because the ideas they stand for, being each but one single perception, are much easier got and more clearly retained than the more complex ones, and therefore are not liable to the uncertainty which usually attends those compounded ones of substances and mixed modes, in which the precise number of simple ideas that make them up are not easily agreed, so readily kept in mind. And secondly, because they are never referred to any other essence, but barely that perception they immediately signify, which reference is that which renders the signification of the names of substances naturally so perplexed, and gives occasion to so many disputes. Men that do not perversely use their words, or on purpose set themselves to cavil, seldom mistake, in any language which they are acquainted with, the use and signification of the name of simple ideas. White and sweet, yellow and bitter, carry a very obvious meaning with them, which every one precisely comprehends, or easily perceives he is ignorant of, and seeks to be informed. But what precise collection of simple ideas modesty or frugality stand for in another's use is not so certainly known. And however we are apt to think we well enough know what is meant by gold or iron, yet the precise complex idea others make them the signs of is not so certain. And I believe it is very seldom that, in speaker and hearer, they stand for exactly the same collection, which must needs produce mistakes and disputes when they are made use of in discourses, wherein men have to do with universal propositions, and would settle in their minds universal truths, and consider the consequences that follow from them. 19. And next to them, simple modes. By the same rule, the names of simple modes are, next to those of simple ideas, least liable to doubt and uncertainty, especially those of figure and number, of which men have so clear and distinct ideas. Whoever that had a mind to understand them mistook the ordinary meaning of 7 or a triangle, and in general the least compounded ideas in every kind have the least dubious names. 20. The most doubtful are the names of very compounded mixed modes and substances. Mixed modes, therefore, that are made up but of a few and obvious simple ideas, have usually names of no very uncertain signification. But the names of mixed modes, which comprehend a great number of simple ideas, are commonly of a very doubtful and undetermined meaning, as has been shown. The names of substances, being annexed to ideas that are neither the real essences nor exact representations of the patterns they are referred to, are liable to yet greater imperfection and uncertainty, especially when we come to a philosophical use of them. 21. Why this imperfection charged upon words? The great disorder that happens in our names of substances, proceeding, for the most part, from our want of knowledge and inability to penetrate into their real constitutions, it may probably be wondered why I charge this as an imperfection rather upon our words than understandings. This exception has so much appearance of justice that I think myself obliged to give a reason why I have followed this method. I must confess, then, that when I first began this discourse of the understanding, and a good while after, I had not the least thought that any consideration of words was at all necessary to it. But when, having passed over the original and composition of our ideas, I began to examine the extent and certainty of our knowledge, I found it had so near a connection with words that, unless their force and manner of signification were first well observed, there could be very little said clearly and pertinently concerning knowledge, which, being conversant about truth, had constantly to do with propositions. And though it terminated in things, yet it was for the most part so much by the intervention of words that they seemed scarce separable from our general knowledge. At least they interposed themselves so much between our understandings and the truth which it would contemplate and apprehend, that, like the medium through which visible objects pass, the obscurity and disorder do not seldom cast a mist before our eyes, and impose upon our understandings. If we consider, in the fallacies men put upon themselves, as well as others, and the mistakes in men's disputes and notions, how great a part is owing to words, and their uncertain or mistaken significations, we shall have reason to think this no small obstacle in the way to knowledge, which I conclude we are the more carefully to be warned of, because it has been so far from being taken notice of as an inconvenience, that the arts of improving it have been made the business of men's study, and obtained the reputation of learning and subtlety, as we shall see in the following chapter. But I am apt to imagine that, were the imperfections of language, as the instrument of knowledge, more thoroughly weighed, a great many of the controversies that make such a noise in the world would of themselves cease, and the way to knowledge, and perhaps peace too, lie a great deal opener than it does. 22. This should teach us moderation in imposing our own sense of old authors. Sure I am that the signification of words in all languages, depending very much on the thoughts, notions, and ideas of him that uses them, must unavoidably be of great uncertainty to men of the same language and country. This is so evident in the Greek authors, that he that shall peruse their writings will find in almost every one of them a distinct language, though the same words. But when to this natural difficulty in every country there shall be added different countries and remote ages, wherein the speakers and writers had very different notions, tempers, customs, ornaments, and figures of speech, etc., every one of which influenced the signification of their words then, though to us now they are lost and unknown, it would become us to be charitable one to another in our interpretations or misunderstandings of those ancient writings, which, though of great concernment to be understood, are liable to the unavoidable difficulties of speech, which, if we accept the names of simple ideas and some very obvious things, is not capable, without a constant defining the terms, of conveying the sense and intention of the speaker without any manner of doubt and uncertainty to the hearer. And in discourses of religion, law, and morality, as they are matters of the highest concernment, so there will be the greatest difficulty. 23. Especially of the Old and New Testament Scriptures. The volumes of interpreters and commentators on the Old and New Testament are but too manifest proofs of this. Though everything said in the text be infallibly true, yet the reader may be, nay, cannot choose but be, very fallible in the understanding of it. Nor is it to be wondered that the will of God, when clothed in words, should be liable to that doubt and uncertainty which unavoidably attends that sort of conveyance, when even his Son, whilst clothed in flesh, was subject to all the frailties and inconveniences of human nature, sin excepted. And we ought to magnify his goodness, that he hath spread before all the world such legible characters of his works and providence, and given all mankind so sufficient a light of reason, that they to whom this written word never came, could not, whenever they set themselves to search, either doubt of the being of a God, or of the obedience due to him. Since then the precepts of natural religion are plain, and very intelligible to all mankind, and seldom come to be controverted, and other revealed truths, which are conveyed to us by books and languages, are liable to the common and natural obscurities and difficulties incident to words, methinks it would become us to be more careful and diligent in observing the former, and less magisterial, positive, and imperious in imposing our own sense and interpretations of the latter. End of section 11.
Section 12 of An Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 3 of Words by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew D. Robinson. Chapter 10 of The Abuse of Words, Part 1. 1. Woeful abuse of words. Besides the imperfection that is naturally in language, and the obscurity and confusion that is so hard to be avoided in the use of words, there are several willful faults and neglects which men are guilty of in this way of communication, whereby they render these signs less clear and distinct in their signification than naturally they need to be. 2. First, words are often employed without any or without clear ideas. First, in this kind, the first and most palpable abuse is the using of words without clear and distinct ideas, or, which is worse, signs without anything signified. Of these there are two sorts. 1. Some words introduced without clear ideas annexed to them, even in their first original. One may observe in all languages certain words that, if they be examined, will be found in their first original and their appropriated use not to stand for any clear and distinct ideas. These, for the most part, the several sects of philosophy and religion have introduced. For their authors or promoters, either affecting something singular and out of the way of common apprehensions, or to support some strange opinions or cover some weakness of their hypothesis, seldom fail to coin new words, and such as, when they come to be examined, may justly be called insignificant terms. For having either had no determinate collection of ideas annexed to them when they were first invented, or at least such as, if well examined, will be found inconsistent, it is no wonder if, afterwards, in the vulgar use of the same party, they remain empty sounds with little or no signification amongst those who think it enough to have them often in their mouths, as the distinguishing characters of their church or school, without much troubling their heads to examine what are the precise ideas they stand for. I shall not need here to heap up instances. Every man's reading and conversation will sufficiently furnish him. Or, if he wants to be better stored, the great mint-masters of this kind of terms, I mean the schoolmen and metaphysicians, under which I think the disputing natural and moral philosophers of these latter ages may be comprehended, have wherewithal abundantly to content him. 3. 2. Other words to which ideas were annexed at first, used afterwards without distinct meanings. Others there be who extend this abuse yet further, who take so little care to lay by words which, in their primary notation, have scarce any clear and distinct ideas which they are annexed to, that by an unpardonable negligence they familiarly use words which the propriety of language has affixed to very important ideas without any distinct meaning at all. Wisdom, glory, grace, etc., are words frequent enough in every man's mouth, but if a great many of those who use them should be asked what they mean by them, they would be at a stand and not know what to answer, a plain proof that, though they have learned those sounds and have them ready at their tongues' ends, yet there are no determined ideas laid up in their minds which are to be expressed to others by them. 4. This occasioned by men learning names before they have the ideas the names belong to. Men having been accustomed from their cradles to learn words which are easily got and retained, before they knew or had framed the complex ideas to which they were annexed, or which were to be found in the things they were thought to stand for, they usually continue to do so all their lives, and without taking the pains necessary to settle in their minds determined ideas, they use their words for such unsteady and confused notions as they have, contenting themselves with the same words other people use, as if their very sound necessarily carried with it constantly the same meaning. This, though men make a shift within the ordinary occurrences of life, where they find it necessary to be understood, and therefore make signs till they are so, yet this insignificancy in their words, which they come to reason concerning either their tenets or interest, manifestly fills their discourse with abundance of empty, unintelligible noise and jargon, especially in moral matters, where the words for the most part standing for arbitrary and numerous collections of ideas, not regularly and permanently united in nature, their bare sounds are often only thought on, or at least very obscure and uncertain notions annexed to them. Men take the words they find in use amongst their neighbors, and that they may not seem ignorant what they stand for, use them confidently, without much troubling their heads about a certain fixed meaning, whereby, besides the ease of it, they obtain this advantage, that, as in such discourses they seldom are in the right, so they are as seldom to be convinced that they are in the wrong, it being all one to go about to draw those men out of their mistakes who have no settled notions, as to dispossess a vagrant of his habitation who has no settled abode. This I guess to be so, and every one may observe in himself and others whether it be so or not. 5. Secondly, unsteady application of them. Secondly, another great abuse of words is inconstancy in the use of them. It is hard to find a discourse written on any subject, especially of controversy, wherein one shall not observe, if he read with attention, the same words and those commonly the most material in the discourse, and upon which the argument turns, used sometimes for one collection of simple ideas and sometimes for another, which is a perfect abuse of language. Words being intended for signs of my ideas, to make them known to others, not by any natural signification, but by a voluntary imposition, it is plain cheat and abuse when I make them stand sometimes for one thing and sometimes for another, the wilful doing whereof can be imputed to nothing but great folly, or greater dishonesty. And a man in his accounts with another may, with as much fairness, make the characters of numbers stand sometimes for one and sometimes for another collection of units, v.g. this character 3 stands sometimes for 3, sometimes for 4, and sometimes for 8, as in his discourse or reasoning make the same words stand for different collections of simple ideas. If men should do so in their reckonings, I wonder who would have to do with them. One who would speak thus in the affairs and business of the world, and call 8 sometimes 7 and sometimes 9, as best served his advantage, would presently have clapped upon him one of the 2 names men are commonly disgusted with. And yet in arguings and learned contests the same sort of proceedings passes commonly for wit and learning. But to me it appears a greater dishonesty than the misplacing of counters in the casting up a debt, and the cheat the greater by how much truth is of greater concernment and value than money. 6. Thirdly, affected obscurity, as in the peripatetic and other sects of philosophy. Thirdly, another abuse of language is an affected obscurity, by either applying old words to new and unusual significations, or introducing new and ambiguous terms without defining either, or else putting them so together as may confound their ordinary meaning. Though the peripatetic philosophy has been most eminent in this way, yet other sects have not been wholly clear of it. There are scarce any of them that are not cumbered with some difficulties, such as the imperfection of human knowledge, which they have been fain to cover with obscurity of terms, and to confound the signification of words which, like a mist before people's eyes, might hinder their weak parts from being discovered. That body and extension in common use stand for 2 distinct ideas is plain to any one that will but reflect a little, for were their signification precisely the same, it would be as proper and as intelligible to say the body of an extension as the extension of a body, and yet there are those who find it necessary to confound their signification. To this abuse, and the mischiefs of confounding the signification of words, logic, and the liberal sciences as they have been handled in the schools, have given reputation, and the admired art of disputing hath added much to the natural imperfection of languages, whilst it has been made use of and fitted to perplex the signification of words, more than to discover the knowledge and truth of things, and he that will look into that sort of learned writings will find the words there much more obscure, uncertain, and undetermined in their meaning than they are in ordinary conversation. 7. Logic and dispute have much contributed to this. This is unavoidably to be so, where men's parts and learning are estimated by their skill in disputing, and if reputation and reward shall attend these conquests, which depend mostly on the fineness and niceties of words, it is no wonder if the wit of man so employed should perplex, involve, and subtilize the signification of sounds, so as never to want something to say in opposing or defending any question, the victory being adjudged not to him who had truth on his side, but the last word in the dispute. 8. Calling it subtlety. This, though a very useless skill, and that which I think the direct opposite to the ways of knowledge, hath yet passed hitherto under the laudable and esteemed names of subtlety and acuteness, and has had the applause of the schools and encouragement of one part of the learned men of the world. And no wonder, since the philosophers of old, the disputing and wrangling philosophers, I mean, such as Lucian wittily and with reason taxes, and the schoolmen since, aiming at glory and esteem for their great and universal knowledge, easier a great deal to be pretended to than really acquired, found this a good expedient to cover their ignorance with a curious and inexplicable web of perplexed words, and procure to themselves the admiration of others by unintelligible terms, the apter to produce wonder because they could not be understood, whilst it appears in all history that these profound doctors were no wiser nor more useful than their neighbors, and brought but small advantage to human life or the societies wherein they lived, unless the coining of new words where they produced no new things to apply them to, or the perplexing or obscuring the signification of old ones, and so bringing all things into question and dispute, were a thing profitable to the life of man, or worthy commendation and reward. 9. This learning very little benefits society. For, notwithstanding these learned disputants, these all-knowing doctors, it was to the unscholastic statesmen that the governments of the world owed their peace, defense, and liberties, and from the illiterate and contemned mechanic, a name of disgrace, that they received the improvements of useful arts. Nevertheless, this artificial ignorance and learned gibberish prevailed mightily in these last ages, by the interest and artifice of those who found no easier way to that pitch of authority and dominion they have attained than by amusing the men of business and ignorant with hard words, or employing the ingenious and idle in intricate disputes about unintelligible terms, and holding them perpetually entangled in that endless labyrinth. Besides, there is no such way to gain admittance or give defense to strange and absurd doctrines as to guard them round about with legions of obscure, doubtful, and undefined words, which yet make these retreats more like the dens of robbers or holes of foxes than the fortresses of fair warriors, which, if it be hard to get them out of, it is not for the strength that is in them, but the briars and thorns and the obscurity of the thickets they are beset with. For untruth being unacceptable to the mind of man, there is no other defense left for absurdity but obscurity. 10. But destroys the instruments of knowledge and communication. Thus learned ignorance and this art of keeping even inquisitive men from true knowledge hath been propagated in the world, and hath much perplexed, whilst it pretended to inform the understanding. For we see that other well-meaning and wise men, whose education and parts had not acquired that acuteness, could intelligibly express themselves to one another, and in its plain use make a benefit of language. But though unlearned men well enough understood the words white and black, etc., and had constant notions of the ideas signified by those words. Yet there were philosophers found who had learning and subtlety enough to prove that snow was black, i.e., to prove that white was black, whereby they had the advantage to destroy the instruments and means of discourse, conversation, instruction, and society, whilst with great art and subtlety they did no more but perplex and confound the signification of words, and thereby render language less useful than the real defects of it had made it, a gift which the illiterate had not attained to. 11. As useful as to confound the sound that the letters of the alphabet stand for. These learned men did equally instruct men's understandings and profit their lives, as he who should alter the signification of known characters, and by a subtle device of learning, far surpassing the capacity of the illiterate, dull, and vulgar, should in his writing show that he could put A for B and D for E, etc., to the no small admiration and benefit of for his reader, it being as senseless to put black, which is a word agreed on to stand for one sensible idea, to put it, I say, for another or the contrary idea, i.e. to call snow black, as to put this mark A, which is a character agreed on to stand for one modification of sound, made by a certain motion of the organs of speech, for B, which is agreed on to stand for another modification of sound, made by another certain mode of the organs of speech. 12. This art has perplexed religion and justice. Nor hath this mischief stopped in logical niceties or curious empty speculations. It hath invaded the great concernments of human life and society, obscured and perplexed the material truths of law and divinity, brought confusion, disorder, and uncertainty into the affairs of mankind, and if not destroyed, yet in a great measure rendered useless, these two great rules, religion and justice. What have the greatest part of the comments and disputes upon the laws of God and man served for, but to make the meaning more doubtful and perplex the sense? What have been the effect of those multiplied curious distinctions and acute niceties, but obscurity and uncertainty, leaving the words more unintelligible and the reader more at a loss? How else comes it to pass that princes speaking or writing to their servants in their ordinary commands are easily understood, speaking to their people in their laws are not so? And, as I remarked before, doth it not often happen that a man of an ordinary capacity very well understands a text or a law that he reads, till he consults an expositor or goes to counsel, who, by that time he hath done explaining them, makes the words signify either nothing at all or what he pleases. 13. And ought not to pass for learning. Whether any by-interests of these professions have occasioned this, I will not here examine, but I leave it to be considered whether it would not be well for mankind, whose concernment it is to know things as they are, and to do what they ought, and not to spend their lives in talking about them or tossing words to and fro, whether it would not be well, I say, that the use of words were made plain and direct, and that language, which was given us for the improvement of knowledge and bond of society, should not be employed to darken truth and unsettle people's rights, to raise mists and render unintelligible both morality and religion, or that at least, if this will happen, it should not be thought learning or knowledge to do so. 14. 4. Fourthly, by taking words for things. Fourthly, another great abuse of words is the taking them for things. This, though it in some degree concerns all names in general, yet more particularly affects those of substances. To this abuse those men are most subject who most confine their thoughts to any one system, and give themselves up into a firm belief of the perfection of any received hypothesis, whereby they come to be persuaded that the terms of that sect are so suited to the nature of things that they perfectly correspond with their real existence. Who is there that has been bred up in the peripatetic philosophy who does not think the 10 names, under which are ranked the 10 predicaments, to be exactly conformable to the nature of things? Who is there of that school that is not persuaded that substantial forms, vegetative souls, abhorrence of a vacuum, intentional species, etc., are something real? These words men have learned from their very entrance upon knowledge, and have found their masters and systems lay great stress upon them, and therefore they cannot quit the opinion that they are conformable to nature, and are the representations of something that really exists. The Platonists have their soul of the world, and the Epicureans their endeavor towards motion in their atoms when at rest. There is scarce any sect in philosophy has not a distinct set of terms that others understand not, but yet this gibberish, which, in the weakness of human understanding, serves so well to palliate men's ignorance and cover their errors, comes by familiar use amongst those of the same tribe to seem the most important part of language, and of all other the terms the most significant. And should aerial and ethereal vehicles come once by the prevalency of that doctrine to be generally received anywhere, no doubt those terms would make impressions on men's minds, so as to establish them in the persuasion of the reality of such things, as much as peripatetic forms and intentional species have heretofore done. 15. Instance in matter. How much names taken for things are apt to mislead the understanding, the attentive reading of philosophical writers would abundantly discover, and that perhaps in words little suspected of any such misuse. I shall instance in one only, and that a very familiar one. How many intricate disputes have there been about matter, as if there were some such thing really in nature, distinct from body, as it is evident the word matter stands for an idea distinct from the idea of body. For if the ideas these two terms stood for were precisely the same, they might indifferently in all places be put for one another. But we see that though it be proper to say there is one matter of all bodies, one cannot say there is one body of all matters. We familiarly say one body is bigger than another, but it sounds harsh, and I think is never used, to say one matter is bigger than another. Whence comes this, then? Viz. From hence, that though matter and body be not really distinct, but wherever there is the one there is the other, yet matter and body stand for two different conceptions, whereof the one is incomplete and but a part of the other. For body stands for a solid, extended, figured substance, whereof matter is but a partial and more confused conception, it seeming to me to be used for the substance and solidity of body without taking in its extension and figure, and therefore it is that, speaking of matter, we speak of it always as one, because in truth it expressly contains nothing but the idea of a solid substance, which is everywhere the same, everywhere uniform. This being our idea of matter, we no more conceive or speak of different matters in the world than we do of different solidities, though we both conceive and speak of different bodies because extension and figure are capable of variation. But since solidity cannot exist without extension and figure, the taking matter to be the name of something really existing under that precision has no doubt produced those obscure and unintelligible discourses and disputes which have filled the heads and books of philosophers concerning materia prima, which imperfection or abuse, how far it may concern a great many other general terms I leave to be considered. This, I think, I may at least say, that we should have a great many fewer disputes in the world if words were taken for what they are, the signs of our ideas only, and not for things themselves. For when we argue about matter or any the like term, we truly argue only about the idea we express by that sound, whether that precise idea agree to anything really existing in nature or no. And if men would tell what ideas they make their words stand for, there could not be half that obscurity or wrangling in the search or support of truth that there is. 16. This makes errors lasting. But whatever inconvenience follows from this mistake of words, this I am sure, that by constant and familiar use they charm men into notions far remote from the truth of things. It would be a hard matter to persuade anyone that the words which his father or schoolmaster, the parson of the parish, or such a reverend doctor used, signified nothing that really existed in nature, which perhaps is none of the least causes that men are so hardly drawn to quit their mistakes, even in opinions purely philosophical, and where they have no other interest but truth. For the words they have a long time been used to, remaining firm in their minds, it is no wonder that the wrong notions annexed to them should not be removed. 17. Fifthly, by setting them in the place of what they cannot signify. 5. Fifthly, another abuse of words is the setting them in the place of things which they do or can by no means signify. We may observe that in the general names of substances, whereof the nominal essences are only known to us, when we put them into propositions and affirm or deny anything about them, we do most commonly tacitly suppose or intend they should stand for the real essence of a certain sort of substances. For when a man says gold is malleable, he means and would insinuate something more than this, that what I call gold is malleable, though truly it amounts to no more, but would have this understood, videlicet, that gold, i.e. what has the real essence of gold, is malleable, which amounts to thus much, that malleableness depends on and is inseparable from the real essence of gold. But a man, not knowing wherein that real essence consists, the connection in his mind of malleableness is not truly with an essence he knows not, but only with the sound gold he puts for it. Thus when we say that animal rationale is, and animal influme bipes latis unguibus is not a good definition of a man, it is plain we suppose the name man in this case to stand for the real essence of a species, and would signify that a rational animal better described that real essence than a two-legged animal with broad nails and without feathers. For else why might not Plato as properly make the word in Greek, or man, stand for his complex idea, made up of the idea of a body distinguished from others by a certain shape and other outward appearances, as Aristotle make the complex idea to which he gave the name in Greek, or man, of body and the faculty of reasoning joined together, unless the name in Greek, or man, were supposed to stand for something else than what it signifies, and to be put in the place of some other thing than the idea a man professes he would express by it. End of section 12.
Section 13 of An Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 3, of Words, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abe Stone. Chapter 10 of The Abuse of Words, Part 2. Section 18. Putting them for the real essences of substances. It is true the names of substances would be much more useful, and propositions made in them much more certain, were the real essences of substances the ideas in our minds which those words signified. And it is for want of those real essences that our words convey so little knowledge or certainty in our discourses about them, and therefore the mind, to remove that imperfection as much as it can, makes them, by a secret supposition, to stand for a thing having that real essence, as if thereby it made some nearer approaches to it. For, though the word man or gold signify nothing truly but a complex idea of properties united together in one sort of substances, yet there is scarce anybody, in the use of these words, but often supposes each of those names to stand for a thing having the real essence on which these properties depend, which is so far from diminishing the imperfection of our words that by a plain abuse it adds to it, when we would make them stand for something which, not being in our complex idea, the name we use can no ways be the sign of. Section 19. Hence we think change of our complex ideas of substances, not to change their species. This shows us the reason why, in mixed modes, any of the ideas that make the composition of the complex one being left out or changed, it is allowed to be another thing, that is, to be of another species, as is plain in chance medley, manslaughter, murder, parricide, and so forth. The reason whereof is, because the complex idea signified by that name is the real as well as nominal essence, and there is no secret reference of that name to any other essence but that. But in substances it is not so. For though in that called gold one puts into his complex idea what another leaves out, and vice versa, yet men do not usually think that therefore the species is changed, because they secretly in their minds refer that name and suppose it annexed to a real immutable essence of a thing existing, on which those properties depend. He that adds to his complex idea of gold that of fixedness and solubility in aqua regia, which he put not in it before, is not thought to have changed the species, but only to have a more perfect idea, by adding another simple idea which is always in fact joined with those other of which his former complex idea consisted. But this reference of the name to a thing whereof we have not the idea is so far from helping at all that it only serves the more to involve us in difficulties. For by this tacit reference to the real essence of that species of bodies, the word gold, which, by standing for a more or less perfect collection of simple ideas, serves to design that sort of body well enough in civil discourse, comes to have no signification at all, being put for somewhat whereof we have no idea at all, and so can signify nothing at all when the body itself is away. For, however it may be thought all one, yet, if well considered, it will be found a quite different thing to argue about gold in name and about a parcel in the body itself. For example, a piece of leaf gold laid before us, though in discourse we are fain to substitute the name for the thing. Section 20. The cause of this abuse, a supposition of nature's working always regularly in setting boundaries to species. That which I think very much disposes men to substitute their names for the real essences of species is the supposition before mentioned, that nature works regularly in the production of things, and sets the boundaries to each of those species by giving exactly the same real internal constitution to each individual which we rank under one general name. Whereas anyone who observes their different qualities can hardly doubt that many of the individuals called by the same name are, in their internal constitution, as different one from another as several of those which are ranked under different specific names. This supposition, however, that the same precise and internal constitution goes always with the same specific name, makes men forward to take those names for the representatives of those real essences, though indeed they signify nothing but the complex ideas they have in their minds when they use them. So that, if I may so say, signifying one thing and being supposed for or put in the place of another, they cannot but, in such a kind of use, cause a great deal of uncertainty in men's discourses, especially in those who have thoroughly imbibed the doctrine of substantial forms, whereby they firmly imagine the several species of things to be determined and distinguished. Section 21. This abuse contains two false suppositions. But however preposterous and absurd it be to make our names stand for ideas we have not, or, which is all one, essences that we know not, it being in effect to make our words the signs of nothing, yet it is evident to any one who ever so little reflects on the use men make of their words that there is nothing more familiar. When a man asks whether this or that thing he sees, let it be a drill or a monstrous fetus, be a man or no, it is evident the question is not whether that particular thing agree to his complex idea expressed by the name man, but whether it has in it the real essence of a species of things which he supposes his name man to stand for. In which way of using the names of substances there are these false suppositions contained. First, that there are certain precise essences according to which nature makes all particular things, and by which they are distinguished into species. That everything has a real constitution, whereby it is what it is, and on which its sensible qualities depend, is past doubt. But I think it has been proved that this makes not the distinction of species as we rank them, nor the boundaries of their names. Secondly, this tacitly also insinuates, as if we had ideas of these proposed essences. For to what purpose else is it to inquire whether this or that thing have the real essence of the species man, if we did not suppose that there were such a specific essence known, which yet is utterly false, and therefore such application of names as would make them stand for ideas which we have not, must needs cause great disorder in discourses and reasonings about them, and be a great inconvenience in our communication by words. Section 22. Sixthly, by proceeding upon the supposition that the words we use have a certain and evident signification, which other men cannot but understand. Sixthly, there remains yet another more general, though perhaps less observed, abuse of words, and that is, that men, having by a long and familiar use annexed to them certain ideas, they are apt to imagine so near and necessary a connection between the names and the signification they use them in, that they forwardly suppose one cannot but understand what their meaning is, and therefore one ought to acquiesce in the words delivered, as if it were past doubt that, in the use of those common received sounds, the speaker and hearer had necessarily the same precise ideas. Whence presuming that when they have in discourse used any term, they have thereby, as it were, set before others the very thing they talked of. And so likewise, taking the words of others as naturally standing for just what they themselves have been accustomed to apply them to, they never trouble themselves to explain their own or understand clearly others' meaning. From whence commonly proceeds noise and wrangling without improvement or information, whilst men take words to be the constant regular marks of agreed notions, which in truth are no more but the voluntary and unsteady signs of their own ideas. And yet men think it strange if in discourse, or, where it is often absolutely necessary, in dispute, one sometimes asks the meaning of their terms, though the arguings one may every day observe in conversation make it evident that there are few names of complex ideas which any two men use for the same just precise collection. It is hard to name a word which will not be a clear instance of this. Life is a term none more familiar. Anyone almost would take it for an affront to be asked what he meant by it. And yet, if it comes in question whether a plant that lies ready formed in the seed have life, whether the embryo in an egg before incubation, or a man in a swoon without sense or motion be alive or no, it is easy to perceive that a clear, distinct, settled idea does not always accompany the use of so known a word as that of life is. Some gross and confused conceptions men indeed ordinarily have to which they apply the common words of their language, and such a loose use of their words serves them well enough in their ordinary discourses or affairs. But this is not sufficient for philosophical inquiries. Knowledge and reasoning require precise, determinate ideas, and though men will not be so importunately dull as not to understand what others say, without demanding an explication of their terms, nor so troublesomely critical as to correct others in the use of the words they receive from them, yet, where truth and knowledge are concerned in the case, I know not what fault it can be to desire the explication of words whose sense seems dubious, or why a man should be ashamed to own his ignorance in what sense another man uses his words, since he has no other way of certainly knowing it but by being informed. This abuse of taking words upon trust has nowhere spread so far, nor with so ill effects, as amongst men of letters. The multiplication and obstinacy of disputes which have so laid waste the intellectual world is owing to nothing more than to this ill use of words. For, though it be generally believed that there is great diversity of opinions in the volumes and variety of controversies the world is distracted with, yet the most I can find that the contending learned men of different parties do in their arguings one with another is that they speak different languages. For I am apt to imagine that when any of them, quitting terms, think upon things, and know what they think all the same, though perhaps what they would have be different. Section 23. The ends of language. First, to convey our ideas. To conclude this consideration of the imperfection and abuse of language, the ends of language in our discourse with others being chiefly these three. First, to make known one man's thoughts or ideas to another. Secondly, to do so with as much ease and quickness as possible. And, thirdly, thereby to convey the knowledge of things. Language is either abused or deficient when it fails of any of these three. First, words fail in the first of these ends, and lay not open one man's ideas to another's view. 1. When men have names in their mouths without any determinate ideas in their minds, whereof they are the signs. Or, 2. When they apply the common received names of any language to ideas to which the common use of that language does not apply them. Or, 3. When they apply them very unsteadily, making them stand now for one and by for another idea. Section 24. Secondly, to do it with quickness. Secondly, men fail of conveying their thoughts with the quickness and ease that may be when they have complex ideas without having any distinct names for them. This is sometimes the fault of the language itself, which has not in it a sound yet applied to such a signification, and sometimes the fault of the man, who has not yet learned the name for that idea he would show another. Section 25. Thirdly, therewith to convey the knowledge of things. Thirdly, there is no knowledge of things conveyed by men's words when their ideas agree not to the reality of things. Though it be a defect that has its original in our ideas, which are not so conformable to the nature of things as attention, study, and application might make them, yet it fails not to extend itself to our words too, when we use them as signs of real beings, which yet never had any reality or existence. Section 26. how men's words fail in all these. First, when used without any ideas. First, he that hath words of any language without distinct ideas in his mind to which he applies them, does, so far as he uses them in discourse, only make a noise without any sense or signification. And how learned soever he may seem, by the use of hard words or learned terms, is not much more advanced thereby in knowledge than he would be in learning, who had nothing in his study but the bare titles of books, without possessing the contents of them. For all such words, however put into discourse, according to the right construction of grammatical rules, or the harmony of well-turned periods, do yet amount to nothing but bare sounds, and nothing else. Section 27. Secondly, when complex ideas are without names annexed to them. Secondly, he that has complex ideas without particular names for them would be in no better case than a bookseller who had in his warehouse volumes that lay there unbound and without titles, which he could therefore make known to others only by showing the loose sheets and communicate them only by tale. This man is hindered in his discourse for want of words to communicate his complex ideas, which he is therefore forced to make known by an enumeration of the simple ones that compose them, and so is fain often to use 20 words to express what another man signifies in one. Section 28. Thirdly, when the same sign is not put for the same idea. Thirdly, he that puts not constantly the same sign for the same idea, but uses the same words sometimes in one and sometimes in another signification, ought to pass in the schools and conversation for as fair a man as he does in the market and exchange, who sells several things under the same name. Section 29. Fourthly, when words are diverted from their common use. Fourthly, he that applies the words of any language to ideas different from those to which the common use of that country applies them, however his own understanding may be filled with truth and light, will not by such words be able to convey much of it to others, without defining his terms. For, however the sounds are such as are familiarly known, and easily enter the ears of those who are accustomed to them, yet standing for other ideas than those they usually are annexed to, and are wont to excite in the mind of the hearers, they cannot make known the thoughts of him who thus uses them. Section 30. Fifthly, when they are names of fantastical imaginations. Fifthly, he that imagined to himself substances such as never have been, and filled his head with ideas which have not any correspondence with the real nature of things, to which yet he gives settled and defined names, may fill his discourse and perhaps another man's head with the fantastical imaginations of his own brain, but will be very far from advancing thereby one jot in real and true knowledge. Section 31. Summary. He that hath names without ideas wants meaning in his words, and speaks only empty sounds. He that hath complex ideas without names for them wants liberty and dispatch in his expressions, and is necessitated to use periphrases. He that uses his words loosely and unsteadily will either be not minded or not understood. He that applies his names to ideas different from their common use wants propriety in his language, and speaks gibberish. And he that hath the ideas of substances disagreeing with the real existence of things, so far wants the materials of true knowledge in his understanding, and hath instead thereof chimeras. Section 32. How men's words fail when they stand for substances. In our notions concerning substances, we are liable to all the former inconveniences. For example, he that uses the word tarantula without having any imagination or idea of what it stands for pronounces a good word, but so long means nothing at all by it. 2. He that in a newly discovered country shall see several sorts of animals and vegetables unknown to him before, may have as true ideas of them as of a horse or a stag, but can speak of them only by a description, till he shall either take the names the natives call them by, or give them names himself. 3. He that uses the word body sometimes for pure extension, and sometimes for extension and solidity together, will talk very fallaciously. 4. He that gives the name horse to that idea which common usage calls mule talks improperly and will not be understood. 5. He that thinks the name centaur stands for some real being imposes on himself and mistakes words for things. Section 33. How when they stand for modes and relations. In modes and relations generally we are liable only to the 4 first of these inconveniences, to wit, 1. I may have in my memory the names of modes, as gratitude or charity, and yet not have any precise ideas annexed in my thoughts to those names. 2. I may have ideas and not know the names that belong to them. For example, I may have the idea of a man's drinking till his color and humor be altered, till his tongue trips, and his eyes look red, and his feet fail him, and yet not know that it is to be called drunkenness. 3. I may have the ideas of virtues or vices, and names also, but apply them amiss. For example, when I apply the name frugality to that idea which others call and signify by this sound, covetousness. 4. I may use any of those names with inconstancy. 5. But in modes and relations I cannot have ideas disagreeing to the existence of things, for modes being complex ideas made by the mind at pleasure, and relation being but by way of considering or comparing 2 things together, and so also an idea of my own making, these ideas can scarce be found to disagree with anything existing, since they are not in the mind as the copies of things regularly made by nature, nor as properties inseparably flowing from the internal constitution or essence of any substance, but as it were patterns lodged in my memory with names annexed to them, to denominate actions and relations by as they come to exist. But the mistake is commonly in my giving a wrong name to my conceptions, and so using words in a different sense from other people. I am not understood, but am thought to have wrong ideas of them when I give wrong names to them. Only, if I put in my ideas of mixed modes or relations any inconsistent ideas together, I fill my head also with chimeras, since such ideas, if well examined, cannot so much as exist in the mind, much less any real being ever be denominated from them. Section 34. Seventhly, language is often abused by figurative speech. Since wit and fancy find easier entertainment in the world than dry truth and real knowledge, figurative speeches and allusion in language will hardly be admitted as an imperfection or abuse of it. I confess, in discourses where we seek rather pleasure and delight than information and improvement, such ornaments as are borrowed from them can scarce pass for false. But yet, if we would speak of things as they are, we must allow that all the art of rhetoric, besides order and clearness, all the artificial and figurative application of words eloquence hath invented, are for nothing else but to insinuate wrong ideas, move the passions, and thereby mislead the judgment, and so indeed are perfect cheats, and therefore, however laudable or allowable oratory may render them in harangues and popular addresses, they are certainly, in all discourses that pretend to inform or instruct, wholly to be avoided, and where truth and knowledge are concerned, cannot but be thought a great fault either of the language or person that makes use of them. What and how various they are will be superfluous here to take notice. The books of rhetoric which abound in the world will instruct those who want to be informed. Only I cannot but observe how little the preservation and improvement of truth and knowledge is the care and concern of mankind, since the arts of fallacy are endowed and preferred. It is evident how much men love to deceive and be deceived, since rhetoric, that powerful instrument of error and deceit, has its established professors, is publicly taught, and has always been had in great reputation. And I doubt not but it will be thought great boldness, if not brutality, in me to have said thus much against it. Eloquence, like the fair sex, has two prevailing beauties in it to suffer itself ever to be spoken against. And it is in vain to find fault with those arts of deceiving, wherein men find pleasure to be deceived. End of section 13. Recording by Abe Stone, Berkeley, California, 2019.
Section 14 of an Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 3 of Words, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellaqyint from Applebacksville, Pennsylvania. Chapter 11. Of the Remedies of the Foregoing Imperfections and Abuses of Words, Part 1. Section 1. Remedies are worth seeking. The natural and improved imperfections of languages we have seen above at large, and speech being the great bond that holds society together, and the common conduit, whereby the improvements of knowledge are conveyed from one man and one generation to another, it would well deserve our most serious thoughts to consider what remedies are to be found for the inconveniences above mentioned. Section 2. Are not easy to find. I am not so vain as to think that any one can pretend to attempt the perfect reforming the languages of the world, no, not so much as of his own country, without rendering himself ridiculous. To require that men should use their words constantly, in the same sense, and for none but determined and uniform ideas, would be to think that all men should have the same notions, and should talk of nothing but what they have clear and distinct ideas of, which is not to be expected by any one who hath not vanity enough to imagine he can prevail with men to be very knowing or very silent. And he must be very little skilled in the world who thinks that a voluble tongue shall accompany only a good understanding, or that men's talking much or little should hold proportion only to their knowledge. Section 3. But yet necessary to those who search after truth. But though the market and exchange must be left to their own ways of talking, and gossipings not be robbed of their ancient privilege, though the schools and men of argument would perhaps take it amiss to have anything offered to abate the length or lessen the number of their disputes, yet methinks those who pretend seriously to search after or maintain truth should think themselves obliged to study how they might deliver themselves without obscurity, doubtfulness, or equivocation, to which men's words are naturally liable, if care be not taken. Section 4. Misuse of words, the great cause of errors. For he that shall well consider the errors and obscurity, the mistakes and confusion, that are spread in the world by an ill use of words, will find some reason to doubt whether language, as it has been employed, has contributed more to the improvement or hindrance of knowledge amongst mankind. How many are there that when they would think on things, fix their thoughts only on words, especially when they would apply their minds to moral matters? And who then can wonder if the result of such contemplations and reasonings about little more than sounds, whilst the ideas they annex to them are very confused and very unsteady, or perhaps none at all? Who can wonder, I say, that such thoughts and reasonings end in nothing but obscurity and mistake, without any clear judgment or knowledge? Section 5. Has made men more conceited and obstinate. This inconvenience, in an ill use of words, men suffer in their own private meditations, but much more manifest are the disorders which follow from it, in conversation, discourse, and arguings with others. For language being the great conduit whereby men convey their discoveries, reasonings, and knowledge from one to another, he that makes an ill use of it Though he does not corrupt the fountains of knowledge, which are in things themselves, yet he does, as much as in him lies, break or stop the pipes whereby it is distributed to the public use and advantage of mankind. He that uses words without any clear and steady meaning, what does he but lead himself and others into errors? And he that designedly does it ought to be looked on as an enemy to truth and knowledge. And yet who can wonder that all the sciences and parts of knowledge have been so overcharged with obscure and equivocal terms, and insignificant and doubtful expressions, capable to make the most attentive or quick-sighted very little, or not at all, the more knowing or orthodox? Since subtlety, in those who make profession to teach or defend truth, hath passed so much for a virtue, indeed, which, consisting for the most part in nothing but the fallacious and illusory use of obscure or deceitful terms, is only fit to make men more conceited in their ignorance and more obstinate in their errors. Section 6. Addicted to wrangling about sounds. Let us look into the books of controversy of any kind. There we shall see that the effect of obscure, unsteady, or equivocal terms is nothing but noise and wrangling about sounds, without convincing or bettering a man's understanding. For if the idea be not agreed on, betwixt the speaker and hearer, for which the words stand, the argument is not about things, but names. As often as such a word whose signification is not ascertained betwixt them comes in use, their understandings have no other object wherein they agree, but barely the sound, the things that they think on at that time as expressed by that word being quite different. Section 7. Instants, bat and bird. Whether a bat be a bird or no is not a question. Whether a bat be another thing than indeed it is, or have other qualities than indeed it has, for that would be extremely absurd to doubt of. But the question is, 1. Either between those that acknowledge themselves to have but imperfect ideas of one or both of this sort of things, for which these names are supposed to stand. And then it is a real inquiry concerning the nature of a bird or a bat, to make their yet imperfect ideas of it more complete, by examining whether all the simple ideas to which, combined together, they both give name bird, be all to be found in a bat. But this is a question only of inquirers, not disputers, who neither affirm nor deny, but examine. Or, 2. It is a question between disputants, whereof the one affirms, and the other denies, that a bat is a bird. And then the question is barely about the signification of one or both these words, and that they not having both the same complex ideas to which they give these two names, one holds and the other denies, that these two names may be affirmed one of another. Were they agreed in the signification of these two names, it were impossible they should dispute about them, for they would presently and clearly see, were that adjusted between them, whether all the simple ideas of the more general name bird were found in the complex idea of a bat or no, and so there could be no doubt whether a bat were a bird or no. And here I desire it may be considered, and carefully examined, whether the greatest part of the disputes in the world are not merely verbal, and about the signification of words, and whether, if the terms they are made in were defined and reduced in their signification, as they must be where they signify anything, to determined collections of the simple ideas they do or should stand for, those disputes would not end of themselves, and immediately vanish. I leave it then to be considered, what the learning of disputation is, and how well they are employed for the advantage of themselves or others, whose business is only the vain ostentation of sounds, i.e., those who spend their lives in disputes and controversies. When I shall see any of those combatants strip all his terms of ambiguity and obscurity, which every one may do in the words he uses himself, I shall think him a champion for knowledge, truth, and peace, and not the slave of vainglory, ambition, or a party. Section 8. Remedies. To remedy the defects of speech before mentioned to some degree, and to prevent the inconveniences that follow from them, I imagine the observation of these following rules may be of use, till somebody better able shall judge it worth his while to think more maturely on this matter, and oblige the world with his thoughts on it. First remedy: to use no word without an idea annexed to it. First, a man shall take care to use no word without a signification, no name without an idea for which he makes it stand. This rule will not seem altogether needless to anyone who shall take the pains to recollect how often he has met with such words as instinct, sympathy, and antipathy, etc., in the discourse of others, so made use of as he might easily conclude that those that used them had no ideas in their minds to which they applied them, but spoke them only as sounds, which usually served instead of reasons on the like occasions. Not but that these words, and the like, have very proper significations in which they may be used, but there being no natural connection between any words and any ideas, these, and any other, may be learned by rote, and pronounced or writ by men who have no ideas in their minds to which they have annexed them, and for which they make them stand, which is necessary they should, if men would speak intelligibly even to themselves alone. Section 9. Second remedy: to have distinct, determinate ideas annexed to words, especially in mixed modes. Secondly, it is not enough a man uses his words as signs of some ideas. Those he annexes them to, if they be simple, must be clear and distinct. If complex, must be determinate, i.e., the precise collection of simple ideas settled in the mind, with that sound annexed to it, as the sign of that precise, determined collection, and no other. This is very necessary in names of modes, and especially moral words, which, having no settled objects in nature, from whence their ideas are taken, as from their original, are apt to be very confused. Justice is a word in every man's mouth, but most commonly with a very undetermined, loose signification, which will always be so, unless a man has in his mind a distinct comprehension of the component parts that complex idea consists of, and if it be decompounded, must be able to resolve it still only till he has at last comes to the simple ideas that make it up. And unless this be done, a man makes an ill use of the word, let it be justice, for example, or any other. I do not say a man needs stand to recollect and make this analysis at large every time the word justice comes in his way, but this at least is necessary, that he have so examined the signification of that name, and settled the idea of all its parts in his mind, that he can do it when he pleases. If any one who makes his complex idea of justice to be such a treatment of the person or goods of another as is according to law, hath not a clear and distinct idea what law is, which makes a part of his complex idea of justice, it is plain his idea of justice itself will be confused and imperfect. This exactness will, perhaps, be judged very troublesome, and therefore most men will think they may be excused from settling the complex ideas of mixed modes so precisely in their minds. But yet I must say, till this be done, it must not be wondered that they have a great deal of obscurity and confusion in their own minds, and a great deal of wrangling in their discourse with others. Section 10. And distinct and comfortable ideas in words that stand for substances. In the names of substances, for a right use of them, something more is required than barely determined ideas. In these, the names must also be conformable to things as they exist. But of this I shall have occasion to speak more at large by and by. This exactness is absolutely necessary in inquiries after philosophical knowledge, and in controversies about truth. And though it would be well, too, if it extended itself to common conversation and the ordinary affairs of life, yet I think that is scarce to be expected. Vulgar notions suit vulgar discourses, and both, though confused enough, yet serve pretty well the market and the wake. Merchants and lovers, cooks and tailors, have words wherewithal to dispatch their ordinary affairs, and so, I think, might philosophers and disputants too, if they had a mind to understand, and to clearly understood. Section 11. Third remedy: to apply words to such ideas as common use has annexed them to. Thirdly, it is not enough that men have ideas, determined ideas, for which they make these signs stand, but they must also take care to apply their words as near as may be to such ideas as common use has annexed them to. For words, especially of languages already framed, being no man's private possession, but the common measure of commerce and communication, it is not for any one at pleasure to change the stamp they are current in, nor alter the ideas they are affixed to, or at least, when there is a necessity to do so, he is bound to give notice of it. Men's intentions in speaking are, or at least should be, to be understood, which cannot be without frequent explanations, demands, and other the like incommodious interruptions, where men do not follow common use. Propriety of speech is that which gives our thoughts entrance into other men's minds with the greatest ease and advantage, and therefore deserves some part of our care and study, especially in the names of moral words. The proper signification and use of terms is best to be learned from those who, in their writings and discourses, appear to have had the clearest notions, and applied to them their terms with the exactest choice and fitness. This way of using a man's words, according to the propriety of the language, though it have not always the good fortune to be understood, yet most commonly leaves the blame of it on him who is so unskilful in the language he speaks as not to understand it when made use of it as it ought to be. Section 12. Fourth remedy. To declare the meaning in which we use them. Fourthly, but because common use has not so visibly annexed any signification to words as to make men know always certainly what they precisely stand for, and because men, in the improvement of their knowledge, come to have ideas different from the vulgar and ordinary received ones, for which they must either make new words, which men seldom venture to do for fear of being thought guilty of affectation or novelty, or else must use old ones in a new signification. Therefore, after the observation of the foregoing rules, it is sometimes necessary, for the ascertaining the signification of words, to declare their meaning, where either common use has left it uncertain and loose, as it has in most names of very complex ideas, or where the term, being very material in the discourse, and that upon which it chiefly turns, is liable to any doubtfulness or mistake. Section 13. And that in 3 ways. As the ideas men's words stand for are of different sorts, so the way of making known the ideas they stand for when there is occasion is also different. For though defining be thought the proper way to make known the proper signification of words, yet there are some words that will not be defined, as there are others whose precise meaning cannot be made known but by definition, and perhaps a third, which partakes somewhat of both the other, as we shall see in the names of simple ideas, modes, and substances. Section 14. In simple ideas, either by synonymous terms or by showing examples. 1. First, when a man makes use of the name of any simple idea, which he perceives is not understood or is in danger to be mistaken, he is obliged, by the laws of ingenuity and the end of speech, to declare his meaning and make known what idea he makes it stand for. This, as has been shown, cannot be done by definition, and therefore, when a synonymous word fails to do it, there is but one of these ways left. First, sometimes the naming the subject wherein the simple idea is to be found will make its name to be understood by those who are acquainted with that subject and know it by that name. So to make a countryman understand what feuille morte color signifies, it may suffice to tell him it is the color of withered leaves falling in autumn. Secondly, but the only sure way of making known the signification of the name of any simple idea is by presenting to his senses that subject which may produce it in his mind, and make him actually have the idea that word stands for. Section 15. In mixed modes, by definition. 2. Secondly, mixed modes, especially those belonging to morality, being most of them such combinations of ideas as the mind puts together of its own choice, and whereof there are not always standing patterns to be found existing, the signification of their names cannot be made known as those of simple ideas by any showing, but in recompense thereof may be perfectly and exactly defined. For they being combinations of several ideas that the mind of man has arbitrarily put together, without reference to any archetypes, men may, if they please, exactly know the ideas that go to each composition, and so both use these words in a certain and undoubted signification, and perfectly declare, when there is occasion, what they stand for. This, if well considered, would lay great blame on those who make not their discourses about moral things very clear and distinct. For since the precise signification of the names of mixed modes, or, which is all one, the real essence of each species is to be known, they being not of nature's but man's making, it is a great negligence and perverseness to discourse of moral things with uncertainty and obscurity, which is more pardonable in treating of natural substances, where doubtful terms are hardly to be avoided, for a quite contrary reason, as we shall see by and by. Section 16. Morality, capable of demonstration. Upon this ground it is that I am bold to think that morality is capable of demonstration, as well as mathematics. Since the precise real essence of the things moral words stand for may be perfectly known, and so the congruity and incongruity of these things themselves be certainly discovered, in which consists perfect knowledge. Nor let any one object that the names of substances are often to be made use of in morality, as well as those of modes, from which we will arise obscurity. For as to substances, when concerned in moral discourses, their diverse natures are not so much inquired into as supposed, v.g., when we say that man is subject to law, we mean nothing by man but a corporeal, rational creature. What the real essence or other qualities of that creature are in this case is no way considered. And therefore, whether a child or changeling be a man, in a physical sense, may amongst the naturalists be as disputable as it will, it concerns not at all the moral man, as I may call him, which is this immovable, unchangeable idea, a corporeal rational being. For, were there a monkey, or any other creature to be found that had the use of reason to such a degree as to be able to understand general signs and to deduce consequences about general ideas, he would no doubt be subject to law, and in that sense be a man, how much soever he differed in shape from others of that name. The names of substances, if they be used in them as they should, can no more disturb moral than they do mathematical discourses, where, if the mathematician speaks of a cube, or globe of gold, or of any other body, he has his clear, settled idea, which varies not, though it may by mistake be applied to a particular body to which it belongs not. End of section 14. Section 15 of an essay concerning human understanding, Book 3 of Words, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 11 of the Remedies of the Foregoing Imperfections and Abuses of Words, Part 2. Section 17. Definitions can make moral discourse clear. This I have here mentioned, by the by, to show of what consequence it is for men, in their names of mixed modes, and consequently in all their moral discourses, to define their words when there is occasion, since thereby moral knowledge may be brought to so great clearness and certainty. And it must be of great want of ingenuousness, to say no worse of it, to refuse to do it, since a definition is the only way whereby the precise meaning of moral words can be known, and yet a way whereby their meaning may be known certainly, and without leaving any room for any contest about it. And therefore the negligence or perverseness of mankind cannot be excused, if their discourses in morality be not much more clear than those in natural philosophy. Since they are about ideas in the mind, which are none of them false or disproportionate, they having no external beings for the archetypes which they are referred to and must correspond with. It is far easier for men to frame in their minds an idea, which shall be the standard to which they will give the name justice, with which pattern so made, all actions that agree shall pass under that denomination, then having seen Aristides, to frame an idea that shall in all things be exactly like him, who is as he is, let men make what idea they please of him. For the one, they need but know the combination of ideas that are put together in their own minds. For the other, they must inquire into the whole nature, and abstruse hidden constitution, and various qualities of a thing existing without them. Section 18. And is the only way in which the meaning of mixed modes can be made known. Another reason that makes the defining of mixed modes so necessary, especially of moral words, is what I mentioned a little before, viz., that it is the only way whereby the signification of the most of them can be known with certainty. For the ideas they stand for, being for the most part such whose component parts nowhere exist together, but scattered and mingled with others, it is the mind alone that collects them, and gives them the union of one idea. And it is only by words enumerating the several simple ideas which the mind has united that we can make known to others what their names stand for, the assistance of the senses in this case not helping us, by the proposal of sensible objects, to show the ideas which our names of this kind stand for, as it does often in the names of sensible simple ideas, and also to some degree in those of substances. Section 19. In substances, both by showing and by defining. 3. Thirdly, for the explaining the signification of the names of substances, as they stand for the ideas we have of their distinct species, both the forementioned ways, viz., of showing and defining, are requisite, in many cases, to be made use of. For, there being ordinarily in each sort some leading qualities, to which we suppose the other ideas which make up our complex idea of that species annexed, we forwardly give the specific name to that thing wherein that characteristic mark is found, which we take to be the most distinguishing idea of that species. These leading or characteristical, as I may call them, ideas, in the sorts of animals and vegetables, are, as has been before remarked, Chapter 6, Section 29, and Chapter 9, Section 15, mostly figure, and in inanimate bodies, color, and in some both together. Now, Section 20. Ideas of the leading qualities of substances are best got by showing. These leading sensible qualities are those which make the chief ingredients of our specific ideas, and consequently the most observable and invariable part in the definitions of our specific names, as attributed to sorts of substances coming under our knowledge. For though the sound man, in its own nature, be as apt to signify a complex idea made up of animality and rationality, united in the same subject as to signify any other combination, yet, used as a mark to stand for a sort of creatures we count of our own kind, perhaps the outward shape is as necessary to be taken into our complex idea, signified by the word man, as any other we find in it. And therefore, why Plato's animal in plume bipes latis unguibus should not be a good definition of the name man, standing for that sort of creatures, will not be easy to show. For it is the shape, as the leading quality, that seems more to determine that species than a faculty of reasoning, which appears not at first, and in some never. And if this be not allowed to be so, I do not know how they can be excused from murder who kill monstrous births, as we call them, because of an unordinary shape, without knowing whether they have a rational soul or no, which can be no more discerned in a well-formed than ill-shaped infant, as soon as born. And who is it has informed us that a rational soul can inhabit no tenement, unless it has just a sort of frontispiece, or can join itself to, and inform no sort of body, but one that is just of such an outward structure? Section 21. And can hardly be made known otherwise. Now these leading qualities are best made known by showing, and can hardly be made known otherwise. For the shape of a horse or cassowary will be but rudely and imperfectly imprinted on the mind by words. The sight of the animals doth it 1,000 times better, and the idea of the particular color of gold is not to be got by any description of it, but only by the frequent exercise of the eyes about, as is evident in those who are used to this metal, who frequently distinguish true from counterfeit, pure from adulterate, by the sight, where others, who have as good eyes, but yet by use have not got the precise, nice idea of that peculiar yellow, shall not perceive any difference. The like may be said of those other simple ideas, peculiar in their kind to any substance, for which precise ideas there are no peculiar names. The particular ringing sound there is in gold, distinct from the sound of other bodies, has no particular name annexed to it, no more than the particular yellow that belongs to that metal. Section 22. The ideas of the powers of substances are best known by definition. But because many of the simple ideas that make up our specific ideas of substances are powers which lie not obvious to our senses in the things as they ordinarily appear, therefore in the signification of our names of substances, some part of the signification will be better made known by enumerating those simple ideas than by showing the substance itself. For he that to the yellow shining color of gold got by sight shall, from my enumerating them, have the ideas of great ductility, fusibility, fixedness, and solubility in agua regia, will have a perfecter idea of gold than he can have by seeing a piece of gold, and thereby imprinting in his mind only its obvious qualities. But if the formal constitution of this shining, heavy, ductile thing, from whence all these its properties flow, lay open to our senses, as the formal constitution or essence of a triangle does, the signification of the word gold might as easily be ascertained as that of triangle. Section 23. A reflection on the knowledge of corporeal things possessed by spirits separate from bodies. Hence we may take notice how much the foundation of all our knowledge of corporeal things lies in our senses, for how spirits, separate from bodies, whose knowledge and ideas of these things are certainly much more perfect than ours, know them. We have no notion, no idea at all. The whole extent of our knowledge or imagination reaches not beyond our own ideas limited to our ways of perception, though yet it be not to be doubted that spirits of a higher rank than those immersed in flesh may have as clear ideas of the radical constitution of substances as we have of a triangle, and so perceive how all their properties and operations flow from thence, but the manner how they come by that knowledge exceeds our conceptions. Section 24. Ideas of substances must also be conformable to things. Fourthly, but, though definitions will serve to explain the names of substances as they stand for our ideas, yet they leave them not without great imperfection as they stand for things. For our names of substances, being not but barely for our ideas, but being made use of ultimately to represent things, and so are put in their place, their signification must agree with the truth of things as well as with men's ideas. And therefore, in substances, we are not always to rest in the ordinary complex idea commonly received as the signification of that word, but must go a little further, and inquire into the nature and properties of the things themselves, and thereby perfect, as much as we can, our ideas of their distinct species, or else learn from them such as are used to that sort of things, and are experienced in them. For since it is intended their names should stand for such collections of simple ideas as do really exist in things themselves, as well as for the complex idea in other men's minds, which in their ordinary acceptation they stand for, therefore, to define their names right, natural history is to be inquired into, and their properties are, with care and examination, to be found out. For it is not enough for the avoiding inconveniences in discourse and arguings about natural bodies and substantial things to have learned, from the propriety of the language, the common, but confused or very imperfect, idea to which each word is applied, and to keep them to that idea in our use of them. But we must, by acquainting ourselves with the history of that sort of things, rectify and settle our complex idea belonging to each specific name, and in discourse with others, if we find them mistake us, we ought to tell what the complex idea is that we make such a name stand for. This is the more necessary to be done by all those who search after knowledge and philosophical verity, in that children, being taught words, whilst they have but imperfect notions of things, apply them at random, and without much thinking, and seldom frame determined ideas to be signified by them. Which custom, it being easy and serving well enough for the ordinary affairs of life and conversation, they are apt to continue when they are men. And so being at the wrong end, learning words first and perfectly, but make the notions to which they apply those words afterwards very overtly. By this means it comes to pass that men speaking the language of their country, i.e., according to grammar rules of that language, do yet speak very improperly of things themselves, and, by their arguing one with another, make but small progress in the discoveries of useful truths and the knowledge of things, as they are to be found in themselves and not in our imaginations, and it matters not much for the improvement of our knowledge how they are called. Section 25. Not easy to be made so. It were therefore to be wished that men versed in physical inquiries and acquainted with the several sorts of natural bodies would set down those simple ideas wherein they observe the individuals of each sort constantly to agree. This would remedy a great deal of that confusion which comes from several persons applying the same name to a collection of a smaller or greater number of sensible qualities, proportionably as they have been more or less acquainted with, or accurate in examining, the qualities of any sort of things which come under one denomination. But a dictionary of this sort, containing, as it were, a natural history, requires too many hands as well as too much time, cost, pains, and sagacity ever to be hoped for, and till that be done, we must content ourselves with such definitions of the names of substances as explain the sense men use them in. And it would be well, where there is occasion, if they would afford us so much. This, yet, is not usually done. But men talk to one another, and dispute in words whose meaning is not agreed between them, out of a mistake that the significations of common words are certainly established, and the precise ideas they stand for perfectly known, and that it is a shame to be ignorant of them. Both which suppositions are false, no names of complex ideas having so settled determined significations, that they are constantly used for the same precise ideas. Nor is it a shame for a man to have a certain knowledge of anything, but by the necessary ways of attaining it, and so it is no discredit not to know what precise idea any sound stands for in another man's mind, without he declare it to me by some other way than barely using that sound, there being no other way, without such a declaration, certainly to know it. Indeed, the necessity of communication by language brings men to an agreement in the signification of common words, within some tolerable latitude, that may serve for ordinary conversation. And so a man cannot be supposed wholly ignorant of the ideas which are annexed to words by common use, in a language familiar to him. But common use being but a very uncertain rule, which reduces itself at last to the ideas of particular men, proves often but a very variable standard. But though such a dictionary, as I have above mentioned, will require too much time, cost, and pains to be hoped for in this age, yet methinks it is not unreasonable to propose that words standing for things which are known and distinguished by their outward shapes should be expressed by little drafts and prints made of them. A vocabulary made after this fashion would perhaps with more ease, and in less time, teach the true signification of many terms, especially in languages of remote countries or ages, and settle truer ideas in men's minds of several things, whereof we read the names in ancient authors, than all the large and laborious comments of learned critics. Naturalists that treat of plants and animals have found the benefit of this way, and he that has had occasion to consult them will have reason to confess that he has a clearer idea of apium or ibex from a little print of that herb or beast than he could have from a long definition of the names of either of them. And so no doubt he would have of sturgill and sistrum, if, instead of currycomb and cymbal, which are the English names dictionaries render them by, he could see stamped in the margins small pictures of these instruments as they were in use amongst the ancients. Toga, tunica, pallium are words easily translated by gown, coat, and cloak, but we have thereby no more true ideas of the fashion of those habits amongst the Romans than we have of the faces of the tailors who made them. Such things as these which the eye distinguishes by their shapes would be best left into the mind by drafts made of them, and more determine the signification of such words than any other words set for them, or made use of to define them. But this is only by the by. Section 26. 5. Fifth remedy. To use the same word constantly in the same sense. Fifthly, if men will not be at the pains to declare the meaning of their words and definitions of their terms are not to be had, yet this is the least that can be expected, that, in all discourses wherein one man pretends to instruct or convince another, he should use the same word constantly in the same sense. If this were done, which nobody can refuse without great disingenuity, many of the books extant might be spared, many of the controversies in dispute would be at an end. Several of those great volumes swollen with ambiguous words, now used in one sense, and by in another, would shrink into a very narrow compass, and many of the philosophers, to mention no other, as well as poets' works, might be contained in a nutshell. Section 27. When not so used, the variation is to be explained. But after all, the provision of words is so scanty in respect to that infinite variety of thoughts, that men, wanting terms to suit their precise notions, will, notwithstanding their utmost caution, be forced often to use the same word in somewhat different senses. And though in the continuation of a discourse, or the pursuit of an argument, there can be hardly room to digress into a particular definition, as often as a man varies the signification of any term, yet the import of the discourse will, for the most part, if there be no designed fallacy, sufficiently lead candid and intelligent readers into the true meaning of it. But where there is not sufficient to guide the reader, there it concerns the writer to explain his meaning and show in what sense he there uses that term. End of section 15. End of an essay concerning human understanding, Book 3 of Words, by John Locke.